Alrighty, hello there, everybody, and welcome to tonight's episode of the Salamander Coast. Boy, it's great to be here this evening, and especially after such a not long hiatus, but a hiatus. So starting off
Medium hiatus.
medium rare hiatus.
Good.
I'd like to start off with something I haven't done before, but I feel like it's necessary. So one thing that ends up happening is the as the channel starts to grow and grow and grow, there might be people who say, "Oh, hi, Lusa. Lusa? Hi, Lisa. I know you.
Hi,
know.
Lusa.
Lusa.
There are people who may find us on TikTok or Instagram, and then they follow the. Oh my goodness! Thank you, Jazz, for 7 months.
Fucking
For
boom.
you, Joe. I love you. I love you too, Jazz. That's why I named a city in my world after you. That wasn't that way before, for sure. It was only because of you. But people may find us on Instagram, TikTok, or any other social media website, and they may follow. Be like, oh, hey, look at these people. I like their stuff. So, what we want to do is we want to... Oh, geez. A gifted sub from Mark to Felicity. Good job.
You will never finish speaking. Keep it alive.
That's embarrassing. 'Cause, before we were streaming, I was like, I should pay for this shit.
Yeah, actually, that's what I was gonna say. Is that this is now a paid game? It's it's to help pay for my mortgage. So pay up, suckers. No, I'm just kidding. I don't want to do that. I like you all so much. I'm willing to give you D&D for free. Anyway, all I was trying to say is that there might be people who find the channel and end up following when we're not streaming. So I just want to give a shout out to those people who follow on Twitch and sub on YouTube. Even when I can't do that. Thank you. It is a navy blue Hawaiian shirt. It's just such a vibe, Okay, so 7 days ago we had JP Pixie Stick. Thank you, JP, for the Lisa. Hype. Look at this. Look at that. So nice. Look at that. Oh, look at that. Love that plug, champ. There we go. Look at this. Is so amazing. What a way to start off this session. Isn't that great? Alrighty. And Lisa, once again, thank you for the 7 months. I'm just trying to talk here.
Don't let him talk. Don't let him talk.
And then thank you, Aaron, with a 1 for the follow. Thank you, Joe Sky. There's about 7 eyes there, so I just wanted to make sure that I got all of those there. And then finally, thank you to Mecha Dude for the follow a day ago. Never start the session. You don't have to gift subs for that to happen. I tend to just work that way normally. All right. So there's that. And then we have some subscribers on YouTube. This I've never done before. I don't look at these names too often because I don't think most people pay attention to their names on YouTube, but sorry, people, I am. We have Arno Gradhole. Yep. Stephen Menes. Zamondo. Gianna's Flodas. Fox881. Gabriella Berta. William C. Stewart. Coleman Tanucci. Selly Beans. And Carlit Stoss 11. Thank you so much for the subscribes and for the follows. And then just as always, I don't thank this person enough. The patron on Patreon, Aquila, if you're watching right now, I appreciate you greatly. And the support that you give the channel. So there's that. Was that something else? Who the hell's? More gifted subs. Amazing. This is awesome. What a great day. Oh, man. All right. Well, that's so fun. Now we just need to start the session. Alrighty. Well, thank you all so much to the people who are either subscribing, following on Twitch, subbing on Twitch, or donating on Patreon. All of you are wonderful people. I very much appreciate all of you. And I hope that we all continue here at Roll with Advantage, continue to give you content that you enjoy, whether you be a player or a viewer. I hope that it's a lot of fun for you. So I think with that, we should probably dive into tonight's session. We have a birthday party and potentially some blood, if I read the title correctly. Man, who wrote those things? That's maybe giving away a little bit too much. All right, let's go and roll the intro and get started.
At least one NPC that sounds like Hank
At
Schrader.
least one.
That's true. All right, that'll happen. It'll happen. Oh,
Okay.
look at that. This is a roll with advantage with the unit. All right, we're back. Okay. All right. So, let's go ahead and dive into tonight's episode of the Salamander. The Salamander Coast. There you go. I had to re-find my voice. So, picking up where we left off. The group of adventurers known as the Runaways, the individuals within the world who seem to be sort of thrown into the thick of it. Not but several months ago, they were all just prisoners inside a cell, and now the weight of the world is on their shoulders. Given information about the end of days, the end of time, the end of existence as they know it, is now information they have to carry, they have to bear. After being thrust into the future by fate, by destiny itself, and now returning, they're now confronted with what they have to do. Personal problems and feelings aside, they have met an unlikely ally, a witch in the woods, a shaman woman of immense power, a druid, but not of nature, a druid of time. A woman with two different gardens, one where she farms carrots and the other where she trims the weeds of time. If you didn't watch the last session, you're probably like, what the fuck was that? So anyway, they have made this unlikely ally, this immensely powerful woman who has promised to guide them on their journey to right these wrongs that have been made. For one, they know of three things that led to the end of time, to the end of days, the end of existence, as I said, as they know it. Those three things are, one, the Heist of Brahmsgrav and the destruction of the Egg of Bahamut. For two, there was a young girl named Maya, who apparently was able to move from Farah to Brahmsgrav and cause immeasurable destruction to the city itself and also the inner light of the city. The primordial physical essence of the light one, the opposite of the dark one. That physical manifestation being destroyed by her made the third and final phase of this plan by the Dark One so much easier, which is replacing all of the rulers of Eridane, the nations of Jormungandr, of Belaclara, of Atarashi, of Loshar, of Tarkir, of Iverion, of Macavia, of the Wild Waste, all of the rulers being influenced or outright replaced by his 13 evil entities supposedly locked away after the last uprising, but apparently slated to return. When and where, the party is unsure of. All they know is they can try to stop one thing from happening, and that is the Heist of Brahmsgrav. Now, the party knows that this has already happened. It was the reason why their companions in Belaclara, the Leonin and the other members of the Brotherhood, didn't join them down into the ruins of the Kalukatho tribes in Belaclara. So, the Witch of the Woods, this druid shaman, has given them an alternative way of preventing it. To go back in time and stop it from ever happening. She told them of a temple that once belonged to druids of her order until it was ransacked and partially destroyed by one ruler of Fjardeleth, the Crow Lord, as people call him, which the party is familiar with, as when they won their freedom so many sessions ago from the Fisher family, the Fisher estate, they actually fought individuals from Fjardeleth under the service of the Crow Lord, the Storm Lord, as they called him. They fought against those companions, and they were hardy and brave and strong, but the runaways overcame. They won. There was shared respect between those fighters and the party, and they went their separate ways. But it seems as though what the party originally thought was just a group of individuals trying to prevent their culture from being destroyed, well, now it could be something different. What type of ruler is one who is willing to destroy people who are just trying to maintain balance and trying to destroy those temples and lock someone away, far away from where they can be any use to anybody? Well, aside from you, that is, as this shaman, this witch of the woods, has proved quite useful to you, allowing all of you to use her home in the woods, in the wilderness, as a temporary respite, to catch your breath, and to maybe have a few more happy memories before you head off on your dark and desolate journey through the Fractured Peninsula. So, what we have now is quite the situation cooking up. Between our party members, they had determined, thanks to some deductive reasoning and collecting of information between Keothi and Bianca, they had determined that, for one, Ashima has never had a birthday, and for two, Cecily's birthday passed. It has already happened. And, well, the rest of the party, those two excluded, decided that they needed to do something to fix that. They needed to change this. They needed to reconcile that problem because, well, everybody deserves to have a birthday, right? Cecily especially, her 16th birthday, it's a big deal. 16th? 17th? 16th. Yeah. But then Ashima has never had one, so the party wants to try and do the right thing by throwing a birthday for Ashima, something he's never had before. Which would seem like a great idea, right? Wrong. As, well, Ashima made it very clear to Cecily that that's not something that he wants. It's not a part of his culture. It's not a part of who he is. It's not, like I said, it's not something he wants. So, with that, we had left off. Cecily and Ashima went off to the small tavern, the Traveler's Respite, to gather some mounts, which in this scenario ended up being wonderful wolf-like, huge wolves to ride and mount. And now they head off back to the cabin, back to the Witch of the Woods' home, awaiting this birthday surprise. Now, one thing I want to do before we dive back in, since we have had a little bit of a break, and there hasn't been much time for retrospection, I want to real quick and just get a couple sentences from each person, okay? So I'm going to ask you each a question, maybe the same, might be different from person to person, and I want you to answer honestly as briefly as you can, okay?
Yeah.
Okay. So just because you're right below me, we're going to go ahead and start with you, Cecily. So, Cecily, outside of what she already suspects, this impending birthday surprise, I think that her and Ashima are bright enough to determine that. What is the most important thing on Cecily's mind right now? Like, what is she thinking past all of this?
She is thinking that it's probably time to start reconciling with her past in some way and opening up with the group if they're gonna continue to be on these life-threatening journeys together.
Mm-hmm.
But she is terrified of doing that in any capacity.
Okay. All right. Good to know. All right. Ashima. Now, for Ashima, he's always been kind of this mentor or teacher for the group, at least in his eyes, as that's just part of this Tongwu path, is right. Even though he's being the student, he's sent out into the world now by himself. What is Ashima's one of his biggest perceived boundaries right now with the group? What's a hurdle that Ashima is very concerned about getting them over right now?
I think his biggest concern is that he doesn't feel like the gravity of the situation has hit everyone,
Mm-hmm.
and that people, yeah, no, that's just it.
Okay, yeah, that they're not coming to terms with the reality of the situation. Okay, cool. Desmond, for you, does Desmond have any regrets right now? That even in these really happy times where he's going to be having a lot of fun, even though he's going to have a lot of fun, what is one of Desmond's biggest regrets right now?
Oh, I don't know if it's hard question. I don't know if it's necessarily a regret, but he feels guilty for not being aware of his own circumstances because he feels like it's getting in the way of everything else. Guess that's the best way I can say it, because I don't think there's anything he's done that he regrets other than maybe not being 100% honest with everybody, but I don't know.
All right. Yeah. Sounds good. All right. Bianca. Which relationship in the party is most important to Bianca, and which one do you feel like is which one do you think is at the biggest risk right now? So most important one, like most important to her, and then the one that could be ruined or that is on very shaky, thin ice.
Damn. How's it? This is a hard.
Mm-hmm.
Huh. I feel like I don't know which one's most important. This is so hard. They're all important for different reasons. The one I think the obvious one that's kind of shaky would be her and Ashima, but I don't think Bianca's worried that if they like actually, have deep conversation that anything actually would be ruined. I think they just need to realize that they're on the same page. But I think she's nervous that he's unwilling to talk to her, but I also don't think that will be a problem, just going based off of their relationship and like how they used to be like super close and then it kind of got strained. But most important. Okay, well then this is kind of like maybe cheating, but like I guess then the three youngins, because she's one of the adults and like Ashima is kind of like they're kind of like guiders in a way, teachers or guidance, and she doesn't know how to do that, so she's trying to not be like a bad influence, I guess, as well, but like she's also gonna not treat them like children. So I think like awareness, but also not like treating them as lesser, and that's important to her.
Yeah. So she has a very large heart for the three younger ones, and she wants to have that conversation with Ashima, but not sure how to go about it, or not sure that he wants to.
Right, and also just other circumstances going on is like, when is there a good time ever? So
yeah, understandable. All right, moving on from there. Finally, last but not least, Poe. Poe, at the end of the day, what do you want right now? If you could have one thing that you could just snap into existence or just snap to have happen, what would it be?
Dang, this is so hard, especially after filling out that questionnaire earlier. I realized Poe had like his goal since leaving Water's Wake has constantly changed. So, at first it was, I need to complete this order for my dad so I can protect him from any trouble that may cause. Or The next one is, okay, we're in prison. Now we have to get out of prison. And then the next one is kind of like, it was a little up in the air.
Mhm.
And
Yeah.
as a player, I had a lot of problems with that because Poe was very hellbent, and he doesn't want any trouble, and it was really hard to find a goal that would keep him involved with the group. But right now, I think Poe right now, if he could snap just one snap and everything is good, I think he would everything that they just saw in the future and the very seriousness of things going on around them and all the things that they have to achieve, I would say he would want that to have gone away. Not necessarily gone away, but to have been resolved already. To be able to sit with his friends, like where we kind of left them, peacefully at this witch's cabin, about to have a name day party and stuff, and it's a good moment that the witch said would be few and far between with the kind of adventure we're about to go on. But I think if Poe could snap his finger and have whatever he wanted, I think it would be a moment like this, after they have just saved the world, and now they can just focus on being friends and rejoicing in the glory that they just achieved together and the hardships that they overcame together. And yeah, I don't know if that might change later on, but I mean, I think deep down, if I'm really thinking of Poe's overarching thing, I think that would really allow him to obtain a lot of the things he wants.
Okay, I actually have a small little doer here. You're the only one who gets a second part question.
Oh no.
Because you made me think of it. So you had mentioned about all the stuff you had seen in the future, being able to at least undo that or have it already be resolved.
Yeah.
Here's a question for you. Out of the 13 graves that Poe saw, if he could only save one of them, right?
Oh,
Poe could save
no.
one person out of those 13, whether it be somebody he knows or somebody he doesn't know. Which one does Poe save? He could save himself. He could. Boom.
This is absolutely terrible to ask of a lawful good character. Jeez. I could say Cecily, but then it'd be like, but then what about Desmond? What about Bianca? What about Ashima? Then I could say Ashima, but it's like, well, then what about Cecily? What about?
That's
I
true.
think
that's true. Yeah. Just gonna let Twig die, you monster. I'm just kidding.
Well, Poe right now has no idea who all those other people are, so I think genuinely, if the current Poe right now, let's kind of scope it a little bit. If the Poe right now could go back to the future by himself and had the choice to resurrect one of us, I think he would pick himself. And
okay.
And I think he would do that because
Cop-out answer.
Well, okay. The thing with this question is every answer is a bad answer. Especially because we don't know anything about what they've learned. But at least with resurrecting himself, he at least knows the questions that current Poe has. He at least knows the answers to a lot of the questions that he probably needs answered. And he at least knows the potential he has that he may not have tapped into yet to make himself more useful for you guys to prevent all of that from happening.
Okay.
And
I get it.
I feel like that would be very useful. And I'm not going to say that bringing Poe back, like future Poe back to the past to help us, would be better than bringing like future Bianca or future Desmond or future Ashima back. I think for Poe personally, If bringing him back to the past is not an option, scoping it a little bit more. At the very crux of it, learning everything he needs to know about himself that future Poe knows would be extremely valuable.
Okay.
And that's why I'd pick them.
Heck yeah. Awesome. Alrighty. Good round of questions, everybody. All right. So with that, let's go ahead and shift gears. Start thinking about the sights and smells and senses of the small lodge inside the snowy forest of Jormungandr. Thinking about how Cecily and Ashima, the both of you, are cold. It is snowing. It is freezing outside, even during midday. And you both know, you have a feeling that something's going on. You're not super sure. You walk back to the cabin. Now, I want to know, Desmond, Cecil, or Desmond, Bianca, and Poe, Keothi, where are you situated? Who's behind the door? Who's by the table? Who's over by the stairs? Like, where are you guys hiding right now to get maximum surprise?
I didn't even think about if I'm going to have my gift wrapped, if it's going to be just there. I'll get my notes out because I had a plan.
I imagine that Bianca and Keothi are both kind of ducking behind the table, but they're not, like, especially Keothi, like, there's no hiding her. So we have the beignets and the oatmeal cream pies, and they're just kind of like ducking slightly so they can like raise up and go, hey, not like hiding. You feel?
I feel you. I get you. Okay.
I would like to sneak outside and behind everybody so that I can surprise them from. I'm just kidding.
I mean, hey, man, you know.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's too much.
Okay, all you are kind of tucked away in different areas. The witch is going to vacate the premise. This is your guys' thing. She has nothing to do with this. She's going to go 10 times garden this time around. No, the carrots are good. Okay, so
And all the time in the world.
So with that, the most important question of all of this, Cecily, Ashima, who's opening the door?
I think previously, like, the meme had been that Ashim was opening the door. Unless anyone disagrees.
I think that's the meme, yeah. I also think just character-wise, Cecily would make whoever was with her do the stuff like opening doors, so...
Okay. Alrighty. So, with that, all of you hidden in different places, beignets, oatmeal cream pies, you have your presents not wrapped, and you're just realizing you should have wrapped them. That's what you do for birthdays.
They're not wrapped.
I'm such an idiot. I didn't wrap the presents. Ashima, you grab the door. All of you can hear the door begin to creak open, and Ashima has opened the door all the way, and...
Woo! Surprise!
Surprise! Hello!
So imagine when everybody else said surprise, Desmond's never done this, so he's gonna be like, wait, I was supposed to wrap it?
It's okay. Surprise! Desmond!
Surprise!
Just tuck it in your cloak.
Surprise!
Called it! Okay, I'm gonna eat the food. And Cecily is gonna, like, somewhat feet dragging, just head straight to the pile of bread.
Were you
and start
you guys,
digging in.
Were you guys surprised? Like, we sent you off to go get those things because we didn't want you to be here for this. Was that good?
Oh, we gotta work on your lying. And he's just already quite rudely halfway through a beignet.
Oh, okay, all right. If you would like to eat that, you can. It's your birthday.
Shit! Who made these?
It was Bianca and myself.
Yeah.
Huh? Did it taste good?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Well, we also got you guys gifts. And Poe's going to kind of look at everyone to start pulling theirs out first because he doesn't want to.
My gifts were the oatmeal cream pies. I know that you, Cecily, really liked beignets, but I don't know if everyone's had an oatmeal cream pie before, and I'm way better at making them than anything else. So, yeah, these are kind of my gift.
The beignets are mine.
But yes.
The gift is for Ashima.
Quick question,
Yeah.
Cameron. So you told me that it was like out of character. Would you have used Ashima's teapot or just a random one?
Nope. Wouldn't do that to him. No better than that.
Okay, good.
Um,
That would've
That's a
been so bad.
400-year-old relic.
Do that episode of Avatar when Aang just goes like batshit, knocking down cranes and stuff at the
Yeah.
temple.
It's the reincarnation of the first Tung Wu teapot.
The teapot gets reborn.
Desmond may not be the brightest thing in the world, but he's.
I
not
may
that
be an
stupid.
idiot, but I'm not stupid.
Well, Desmond's gonna, having stuffed this robot into his cloak, kind of like bring it over. He's gonna waddle up to Ashima. He'll say, "Surprise!" I guess, and he's gonna unwrap it, and you see this little teapot. I imagine the way that I imagined it is that it has kind of like a pretty basic like handle on the back of it, and then the spout, and it has this like kind of like floral pattern engraved onto it. To present it to Ashima.
He's just staring at it and staring at you. He's not really left the doorway.
Ashima, this is where you take it, I think.
I'll be on the roof. And he's going to take a step outside and step of the wind, leap up to the roof.
Oh. Is this how Loshari celebrate birthdays?
Oh. Yeah, no, I should tell you guys something. Let me just take a bite of this first. And she'll go for the oatmeal cream pie now and just... Oh, no, wait. Well... Oh, that's fucking good. Oh, shit. Okay, so, Ashima got a little angry. And when we were on the walk back, he doesn't like name days.
Oh.
He said it's super not monk-like. Something like that. I mean, I'm also not a fan of them, but I like the food. I'm out. I'll eat the food. Yeah, so there's that. And the energy in this room is awful now. Okay. It's good shit though.
Oh.
Did he say why he doesn't like them?
A little bit. I mean, something about it being like the opposite of Tongwu stuff. Like, you're supposed to give up the self, and the name day is like all about the self, and they don't like, I don't know, it's like ego or something. Something like that. Yeah.
Well, okay, I guess do you like name days?
Not much anymore. But, shit, I don't know. It's got the thing. I mean, I tried to get Ashima just to do the thing anyway. I mean, I don't like him, and here I am. But, I don't know.
Well, do you like this one so far?
Well, it hasn't been annoying.
Okay, I'll be right back. Impo's going to run downstairs or upstairs, wherever we sleep, I guess. He's going to have to tweak some things.
Okay. All right. So you run downstairs real quick. Ting, 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 ting. You start working. Okay.
Could we maybe... Well, if name days aren't good, could it just be a thank you gift for all the hard work that he's done? And keeping all of us safe?
Yeah, it might be a little late for that one, Q. Well, one of you can go try talking to him if you're able to get on the fucking roof. I
Bianca
already
will
tried.
grab a pie and go outside, and if she sees a way to climb up, she will, or she'll make a way.
Bianca,
Hmm.
can I talk to him?
Yeah. Do you want
Do
to
you
come
mind?
with me or by yourself?
I do it alone.
Yeah. She will give him a pie if he wants it. Just don't offer it in a name day way. Just like say, hey, I have a pie.
Well, Desmond is going to take the pie, and he's going to go up, and I feel like he's dexterous enough to climb a roof.
Oh yeah, easy enough. Yeah, especially without any like strenuous circumstances, you can easily just climb your way up.
So he will locate Ashima and then head up to that portion of the roof.
Okay. All right. Climb up, and Ashima, how are you positioning yourself up on the roof right now? Just kind of like up at the very top, right where the two halves meet, or what are you thinking?
You're muted. So I want to be perched on the arch. Let's see. Looking at this guy here. Probably like at the top. That top arch.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. So yeah, you climb your way right up there, and
Desmond will kind of right there and ask if he'll just kind of look up and say, and if I join you?
You may only join me if you stand upon the ledge. Or you stand upon the arch.
It's easy enough. Climb up and stand with him.
okay.
What's going on?
You are standing on a roof. That's what's
What's
going
going
on.
on with you?
Well, two things. One, it has occurred to me that my closest friends do not understand my religion, and they do not understand me. And that they have wounded me in the same way that one of my greatest enemies has wounded me, if unintentionally.
I wanted to tell you, I don't understand anything that makes you feel any better. also, they us outside earlier, and she started talking about this thing, and thing that I've ever been a part of, nothing that I've ever celebrated. I've been told that, aren't even born, kind of just somewhere. So, the idea of celebrating when you're born is just kind of foreign to me, I guess. Gonna kind of break the oatmeal cream pie in half and start eating part of it, and then he'll for just without saying anything, he'll hand it to Ashima, continuing to eat his half.
Hold on to that for one moment. Let me demonstrate my other concern. You of all people understand the name day and why it is insignificant or maybe even offensive to me, but that's not quite what's bothering me. No, what's bothering me is, I don't know, I feel like I set out to impart lessons unto you all, and as many of you have learned from me, but not about me. And there's another thing. I'm going to teach one lesson with another. In Loshar, they teach of the Pranabindu nerve system. I would doubt you're familiar with it. It does not venture far outside of it. Many Loshari physicians are sought after for masseuses or chiropractors to help with many problems. However, it has another purpose, and Ashima is going to put his, he's going to place 2 fingers behind the back of Desmond's knee. If I strike right now, I can stop the blood flow in your right foot, causing you to slip. You'll have nothing to grip on with 1 teapot in your hands and 1 oatmeal cream pie in the other. What will you do if I lunge my fingers forward?
I don't know if you remember, but I've been trying to teach myself how to do stuff with my tail. I'm willing to bet to grab you and bring you down with me, at least.
Ah, yes. The tailed species. And he angles his toe right under the base of the tail. Similar nerves. It all connects to the spine. What would you do?
Well, I don't think I'd need to do anything, really, just because, I trust that you wouldn't.
But what would you do?
Works like you say it does. I guess I'd just fall.
Yes. You are faced with imminent death. But you know what you could do? Ashima is going to remove his fingers and foot and take the oatmeal cream pie from the other half and then just chuck it off the roof. You could free up a hand in which to brace yourself with before you die. Does this make any sense?
From a tactical perspective, sure.
But also from a moral one. If we are really intending to save the world, as grandiose as that seems, but if we really do intend to journey through time and space on a journey that very few mortals have ever even comprehended to save the world from darkness, We're going to have many hungry nights. We're going to have many bloody nights. And we're going to have many times in which we can not choose comfort. You must free up a hand to brace yourself from death. But if you're too willing to hold on to comfort, you'll just fall.
When you put it like that, sense, I guess you're right. Also, I mean, that not worth working to save? Laughs, in the food, in the friends.
Well, of course. But there's a time and a place for these things.
Gets to choose that.
My argument would be that we should choose, in this moment, to only pursue our goal.
I don't know about you, but spending time with friends, and family, having fun is preparation. Can you walk through all the darkness without knowing that you have people who care about you, your side, willing to take hours to some food, laugh with each other and love each other? You know, as much as you think we hurt you and don't pay attention to you and your culture, we could say the same. They could, anyway.
I suppose you're right.
Loving and giving and, you know, eating an oatmeal cream pie in an afternoon before you go somewhere isn't going to keep your hands full. Anything, if I'm falling, I'll just shove that bitch in my mouth. Waste it.
I suppose you're right.
Teapot, I don't need to hold it. Desmond's gonna kind of tap on the tip of it, and he's gonna toss it off.
Does it begin to float?
So it's gonna it drops down for a little bit, and then it'll fly back up with this little helicopter on its tip. And see, it'll come up to you, spout forward, and where the lid to the teapot is, kind of push out with a rod in the middle of it, and you'll see two little glowing eyes kind of looking at you. It'll make this kind of whirring, buzzing communication sound, looking at you.
What? Sleeping dragon.
Call it T-bot. It's like a teapot bot.
That is an in-character and in-person laugh.
Stick out your hands.
Yeah, he'll go ahead and do so.
So T-bot will kind of floating around, will approach Ashima's hands, and you'll see these little kind of flaps near the base of it rise up, and these four or six, I don't remember what I said, mechanical legs will kind of creep out and press on him, but the legs are made from forks and spoons and not sharp, but knives were found at this place, so its legs are made of little wire. Kind of just crawls up and it looks up and kind of whirs again, a little happy like Wall-E-ish kind of whirring sound at Ashima.
Thank you, Desmond. I'm not sure how to express this exactly. As you know, I've always been a little, well, extremely stoic. This is the greatest gift anyone has ever given me. That I can remember in ever. And Ashima will like very awkwardly like hold out his hands like hug ?
Yeah, the little teapot will just begin to like whir up to you, and these two little like kind of metal bendy straws like pop out of its body, and it just kind of floats over to you and just kind of like taps on you with the little bendy straws.
Okay. Thank you. He'll like pat it.
Mm-hmm.
That is very nice. And then he'll, this time with more confidence, hug Desmond. Only comes up to about like just above his waist, being a halfling, and he says, "Thank you."
Thank you. I'll hug him back. And I appreciate what you said about knowing us not knowing you, I guess. I'm gonna be better about that.
No,
I extend
no.
a hand. I'm gonna say, name's Desmond. It's yours.
I suppose I'm figuring that out still.
Right, all right. Suppose I'm still figuring that out. Nice to meet you.
And likewise, Desmond. Well, I suppose I owe some apologies. Wouldn't want to,
Due time.
Well, certainly wouldn't want to slide off this roof of life without, shoving that bitch in my mouth. So.
All right. So the two of you begin your
The good
descent.
stuff, Ashima.
And just to show off, because I know Desmond will see as a competition, Ashima is just going to leap off the roof and then slow fall down.
Yep. Perfect.
Just like an umbrella.
Yeah.
Desmond's going to after seeing that, he's going to leap of faith, like Assassin's Creed style, and try to land on top of Ashima.
Oh God!
Ashima, do you try and catch him?
Yeah.
Or do you sidestep? What do you do?
No, I gotta help him. He's my friend.
Okay. All right. Desmond, make a dexterity saving throw with advantage. Because Ashima's trying to catch you here.
Oh, you're a
Saving
big
throw or
boy.
check?
Yep, dexterity
that
saving throw. Do
big.
it. Yeah, but he's small. It's a lot of force. It's a lot of pressure.
Yeah, Mark is correct. You did finish Ashima's loyalty quest. Now you get an alternate outfit for him.
And
It looks super shitty, but you know.
He would have
Well-
died at the end of the main story if you didn't do that.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's like black and orange.
Oh.
It's hideous.
Dang. It's a way to subtweet Miranda. All right, so you.
That's all the Mass Effect 2. Okay, never mind.
Yeah. Okay, so with that, luckily, Desmond, you are a dexterous boy. You are able to jump down, and you know Ashima's small. So you do what you need to slow yourself down a little bit, whether that be sort of as part of your fall, like extending your cloak out to sort of catch some wind a little bit, so that way you're not falling as hard. But then on top of that, softening the blow at least a little bit, by just trying your best to spin a little bit to soften that blow and to prevent that momentum from building up until eventually, Ashima, you do catch him. Luckily, you are a very sturdy base. While you aren't very strong necessarily, more so dexterous, you're very sturdy. So you're able to catch him, and luckily, no damage is done to either one of you. So with that, loyalty quest complete. Desmond,
I
that's
will,
2,000 XP.
We have XP now.
Yes.
Just that. Just for that one moment. Okay, now we're back to milestone. All right. Hope you enjoyed.
After helping catch him, it's like, I'll be sure to show you how to descend a little slower next time.
It'd be pretty cool.
Well done.
Up and
Well done.
extend a hand to help Ashima up.
Yes, thank you. I'll grab it and get back up to his giant feet. Whew.
Hop up. And then the two of you go to head back inside. All right. Cool. Cool. So with that, as they head back inside, I'm assuming the rest of what's been going on in here is just more eating and more chit-chatting, until eventually, I would say that after that, as soon as Ashima and Desmond get back in, and all of you can see that Ashima seems to be in higher spirits, and not nearly as frustrated. As soon as he comes back in with Desmond, you have that moment of recognition. Poe, I'd probably say you're just about done with whatever you wanted to do at that time.
Oh yeah, after lots of like banging sounds and crap and things like that, he does finally come up.
Okay. Poe steps up from below.
More like
Yeah.
runs up. Okay,
Okay.
Cecily, I swear, this is going to make the name day way better. I promise.
Well, oh,
And
okay.
he's going to turn around.
Mhm.
He's going to tinker stuff. He's like, okay, and he has his things, his thing parenthesis s parenthesis behind his back. Okay. So this is made by me. It took forever, kind of, but all right, here. And so he holds out what looks like it's like an arm guard, you know, an arm guard that's very jewelry like. It has weaving stems of thorns that go up into a metallic rose top that looks a little bit kelpy, like watery, and it's all metal. It's like silver-y looking. And in the center is what looks to be like a gem that is very similar to the tiny gems that Poe, Cecily, and Desmond made when they were entering Summer's Rest, or at least trying to. Poe's gonna be like, yeah, so I came up with tons of different ideas, and I tried to just make a simple bracelet, but then I made another one, and then I made another one, and it kind of just turned into this. The thorns and that rose-looking thing that's kind of in the design, it's based off of this this flower that would grow in my father's forge. It's like he called it a water rose. I don't know what it is actually called, but the reason why I made it like this is because I tried to do thunderbolts. I tried to do all this other cool stuff, but really, I don't know exactly what you like outside of thunderbolts and food, and money. But one thing I remember my father telling me is that when I make things or I make weapons, I should make it like this flower that would grow. He says, it should be strong enough to withstand waves. It should be sharp, like the thorns on this rose, and it should also be made beautifully, like this rose. And you're at least two of those things, so here you go.
Okay. You
You put it on your arm.
you want me to wear this?
I'm just gonna look at Bianca. Just gonna look at Keothi. Just gonna look at.
I mean, we did.
Did I
ask
mess it up?
Poe. No, you did great. We kind of brainstormed, ideas about both your guys' presents, and Poe kind of took the charge of the present for you, and I think he did a great job.
Yeah, no, it's fuck. It's just a lot.
I mean, I can change
Yeah.
it. He's gonna pull out his hammer and it's gonna reach towards it. Like I can take off a little bit on the.
No, that. Yeah. And she'll set down her sixth beignet or whatever, and just kind of gingerly take it and kind of place it over her arm. She's still not exactly sure how to fasten it or adjust it or anything, but she kind of just, yeah, that's
I messed it up, didn't I?
Thank you. This is more than I thought I would be getting. Thought it was just gonna be the food. Yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't a big deal. If you don't like it, you can just sell it or something. I don't care.
That's not the. No, it's not that I. It's just. Yeah.
Well, no, it's cool. It's just it's like a little thing you can. Yep. Where's the rest of the food? Let's eat some.
Poe, whoa, hold, what are you doing?
Nothing. I'm just trying to eat. It's your name day. This is cool. Just some some little gifts and stuff. We could just eat food. Is there supposed to be music? Does anyone want music? No, okay. I'm just gonna eat.
Yeah.
Well,
Okay. Does anyone know? No, does anyone know we could do music? Music would be cool. I'd be very name day-y for music.
Yothi, you catch me as a really good singer. Do you know any songs?
I mean, not to brag, but I was one of the best baritone basses in our choir.
Is that Kayla laughing in the background?
No, that was Connor.
me giggling.
That was
like
Connor.
a school
Okay.
girl on
I heard
but Mark's picked it up.
Okay,
He
I
laughed
heard
so hard it picked
laughter in the
up on mine.
background. That's
Yeah.
so funny.
That was a very very youthful giggle.
Broke me. All right. She says,
I don't know. Oh, I think I remember a few. There's There's one that's, I think that they sing it in Bella Clara. It's not a choral song, so it's a lot easier to be a part of. Most of the choral giant hymns, I won't bore you with. They're about 4 hours long, and it's about the same note 10 minutes at a time. It's not a good time for those who don't have an appreciation for that kind of art. However, there are drinking songs that I learned from the Jormungandr on the boat, but then there's one that it's one of those songs that's very long, but each verse is different. It tells a different part of the story. It's called The Bear, and the Maiden Fair. Do you know that one?
Holy shit.
You do.
Yes. Yeah, that's what that's what that meant.
Good.
Yeah.
It's easy. Just say whatever word you know. It doesn't matter. Ready? A bear, there was a bear, all black and brown and covered with hair. The bear. Oh, come, they said, oh, come to the fair, she, said he, but I'm a bear, all black and brown and covered with hair. Cecily, I thought you said you knew this one.
Well, I mean, not like, I'm not performance ready, Keo. It's,
No.
it's not,
Come on. And down from the road, here to there, from here to there, 3 boys that go in a dancing bear. They dance and spun all the way to the fair. The fair.
The dancing bear.
Very good job, Cecily. Very, very, very good.
Bianca's gonna be clapping as well. Bravo!
Yeah.
Desmond is trying to hold in his deep laughter at hearing Cecily trying to sing along, which is so funny to him.
Yeah, she's bad, by the way. I just want to make that clear. Like, that's a very deliberate roleplay choice. Like, she cannot sing for shit.
Is Cecily wearing the gift, or is it just kind of sitting on the table right now while Keothi's singing?
It's like on her arm still. She just doesn't quite. I assume it has like fasteners on it, you know.
Would
you tell me, but...
would she notice if a Poe swiped it while Keothi was singing?
Probably yes.
Okay.
Sleight of hand. Or ask me to do it. I could do it.
Maybe Poe should help Cecily put it on.
Hey,
Just a suggestion.
Stay out of this. Peanut gallery.
Happiness.
Stay out of it.
Fine.
On aboard! Taking
okay.
tickets for the
Okay.
Atlantic Ocean liner.
Okay, let's make this a little bit more awkward. So
Beautiful.
Poe is going, while Keothi's singing, he's kind of more fixated on his gift, and he's going to try and like fasten it on Cecily's, but it's more of like trying to see if it's going to fit right and stuff like that, you know? So he's kind of like fidgeting with it, but he's trying to be stealthy about it.
Okay.
So what you're telling me is, this bear nonsense is happening.
Yes.
Poe is also just crouched next to her arm, fiddling with the fasteners.
Yeah.
That's... wow. She's going through a lot. Yeah, she's probably just going to, halfway through singing that second verse with Keo, probably just gonna like do a slow turn and just be looking at Poe, just waiting for him to explain himself or stop.
He's really not noticing you. He's like, when I say fixated, I mean he really wants this to be good. So he's really trying to like not interrupt anything, but also try and like, you know, he's trying to adjust to make sure it fits perfect and stuff like that. So even when he doesn't even notice you looking at him.
Yeah. So she's just gonna... Oh, the bear is... Poe. Poe?
I just tightened it. Just
Poe?
I should have done it this way.
Poe? Poe.
It's just... What?
That's my arm.
I thought it was going to fit better than this.
dude, it fits. Look, you just gotta do the. And she adjusts it and rattles a little bit. She's like, yeah, it's no. See, look, it.
Defeated,
Being real-
he's gonna like quickly unfasten it, grab it in his hand, and he's gonna walk out towards the
Yo,
river.
dude, what the fuck? Do you want me to have the thing or not have the thing?
He's gone by that point.
Oh,
Well, Cecily,
God!
you better go get him. He's not going to
But
stop
that's-
unless somebody else stops him.
And I've
Go.
got it.
It's your birthday. It was your gift. Go get it from him.
Yeah. Okay. Oh my. Why is he? Does anyone know why he? All right. Fine. What? God. Everyone's being weird.
Boys are odd at this age.
And Cecily is gonna get up, and as she gets up, she's gonna hold her stomach and just. Oh, fuck. Oh. Shima, I think you're right. I think I'm too attached to the material world when it's bread. And
Are we back
she's
yet?
gonna- I assumed
I thought
that
so.
like
Okay.
you had just come back somewhere around there, maybe during the singing or whatever.
I was the one who asked Keothi about singing.
Oh,
No,
that's,
yeah, you
I'm
guys
an
you guys
idiot.
have been back the whole time. Yeah.
I am so stupid.
well.
No, you're good. You're good.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I remember
Cecily's-
that now. You're right.
Cecily's gonna say that as a Shima corporealizes.
He was just kind of like taken aback by
Fades
it all.
in.
And he goes, you know, Desmond taught me an important lesson today, Cecily. When in the house of friends, it's best to go by their rules.
Desmond taught you a lesson?
Desmond
He's
taught you a
smart.
lesson?
Don't act surprised.
No, Sorry. So anyway, Bianca.
May play the dumb and pretty one, but I'm just this pretty face. I give a very wide toothed grin.
And Ashima will kind of like lightly pat him on the arm and say, "Well, I'm often concerned about what comes out of that pretty face. What comes out of that pretty face is often itself quite beautiful as well."
You know, I think you're both leaning into the wrong angle of the dumb and pretty thing. Anyway, I need to go. She's gonna briskly now go chase down Poe.
Did Poe head downstairs or did he head outside?
He head outside to the river. That's where he kind of,
Right.
craft.
And I borrow your river, as we all remember.
Yeah.
That's such a good
Yeah.
quote.
Alrighty. So Poe, you kind of headed outside, and then after some encouragement, Cecily, you followed there shortly after, and you know where the river is, as you had walked right by it as you were making your way back to the Traveler's Respite. So with that, you head back outside, and you can hear Poe kind of mumbling to himself, and the sound of a hammer hitting metal as he's just trying to like figure out what is right to do, and trying to make sure that the fasteners are tight and that they're going to fit properly. And it's up to
Okay.
you how you want to approach.
I'm gonna be like still 50 feet away, and she's gonna dramatically like throw her hands up in a massive shrug and be like, "Dude, what the fuck?"
Just hammer, water, crap happening.
Wow. Okay. You know, I thought I was a little weird about the whole name day thing, but you are all making a really big fucking deal out of this thing. Look, I like it. I do. I'm not very good at taking things. So yeah.
He's gonna kind of stop, and you can kind of see when he puts his hands down, that's he has like one piece of it in one hand and another piece in the other. Just kind of dismantled a little bit. Well, a lot. He's just gonna kind of look at the river still and I think I'm a little bad at giving things. At least I think I
Well,
just
that's a pretty fucked up combo. We're not gonna get very far with that.
yeah. I know, Bianca and Desmond, they talked about. I mean, obviously, I had a ton of terrible ideas. Like, I suggested we make you a tiara. That's what I suggest. That's how bad I am at this, Cecily. A tiara. Could you imagine me handing you a tiara or putting one on your head? Could you imagine that?
Okay. I can, and it's very funny, and I'm glad it didn't happen.
And they're like, a bracelet. Yeah, that'd be awesome. It'd be simple. It'd be cool. And then I tried making a bracelet. And then I was like, this is boring. This is stupid. So I threw that away. And then I made another one. And then I made another one. I'm like, well, I realized I'm not good at making those kinds of things. I've made armor and weapons. Made a horse once. I want to be good at this. I feel like I'm good at making other stuff, but
Well, I mean, it's not like it has to be like armor, though, right? I mean, like you're not making it like that. What matters is the, I don't know, the shit it means, right? Like when a little kid like hands their mom sticks and is like, "Hey, I got you some sticks." Like that's cool for the mom, I would assume, because it's, you know,
I made a
thought.
stick. I made you a freaking stick.
You may. Wow. What I'm trying to say is that it's good because you made it. That's what matters. And I really don't like when there's a room full of people paying attention to me either. So maybe just, you know, for next time, don't put me on the spot like that.
Yeah. I think it would be better for me to not be giving a gift in front of a ton of people, too. Well, kind of already scrapped this, but I think this will still be better than a tiara. And in one of his hands, he hands you, and it's not an arm guard, it's a bracelet. And it's very simple. It's circular. And once it gets to the top, there are two thunderbolts. And at the end of each one of them, in the middle of them, is one of the gems from like the ones that he made at Summer's Rest. It's not as cool, but
Eh,
this one will surely fit.
I don't think I was cool enough for the arm brace anyway. See, this I can just tuck under my sleeve. I don't want anyone looking at me.
And you know, like if you find yourself in the future, shot into the past, or if someone like the witch comes and takes me back to whatever time I was supposed to be in, or something like that, I don't know. At least you have a memory from not only this name day, but from the time that me, you, and Desmond got involved in this whole adventure.
Yeah. Um. Look, I'm gonna try and tell you something that I don't want to tell anyone else yet.
Okay.
I mean, I could just not. Is that not? Should I just?
No, I mean, to be honest, I don't know how often we'll be able to be by ourselves after this. So if you have anything that you need to tell me, it's probably the time to say it.
Yeah. Yeah. Good point. Okay. So, um. I knew that this day was coming up for a while. And I, for a long time, thought I would be dead before it mattered. I just didn't want to tell anyone that it was happening because I don't. I really don't like my name day at all anymore. But, fuck. Okay. I survived the cave, I can do this. Now we're here, and I'm kind of realizing that whether I want to be alive or not, I'm fucking gonna be, and we're gonna be saving the world, so, I probably need to get better at talking about things, so, I turned 16 the morning that we went down there.
What? It was that long ago?
Yeah, there's, and I don't know how long we were in that cave. It's, could have been a couple of days, maybe 3, but I thought it would be better to just not bring it up in case I didn't make it out. And now here we are. So There you go.
So we are very late to the punch.
Yeah. Yeah, a little bit.
Well, at least despite everything, I think at our whole time knowing each other, all of us as a group, this seems to be the best time to have celebrated it. I don't know what much we could have done being in a cave when we were all strangers and not knowing what was going to happen to us.
Yeah.
It's kind of why I really wanted this to be perfect. Because I can't get over what the witch said. Moments like these and times like these, they're not going to happen to people like us very often. And if our future is filled with things and moments and fear like it was in those caverns, or like it was when we helped spook when we were traveling, and I mean the whole thing that happened when I got split up from you guys, that's what our lives are going to be like. Moments like these need to be awesome and perfect, and
No. No, you you don't need to be fucking perfect. There's a lot of garbage out there. Just gotta be better than that. That's all. That's a high enough bar for me, at least.
well, sorry about being weird when I was lying to you guys and giving you your gift.
Oh, I'd be worried if you weren't weird.
Well,
Okay. Yeah, cool. So, and she kind of just immediately swallows all the emotion that was just there for like 5 minutes. Just, okay.
yeah, I ought to
need
clean up this
to.
mess here and
Oh, sure. Yeah, no, and I need to not be like this in front of everyone else, so it's not weird.
yeah, I mean, I'm gonna clean this stuff up and probably, I don't know, he's gonna like look around and maybe go for a swim or whatever, and he's gonna see the wolves that you. Oh, well, the wolves aren't here yet, right? Never mind. Not gonna see wolves. Daydreaming.
I think, are they, Joe? I forget the details there.
Yeah,
They're coming in like.
he's gonna bring him before sundown.
Right.
Okay.
Okay. So just this is how post mine's going. Oh, wolves. Oh no, they're not wolves. Yeah. But I mean, if you ever want to need to talk about anything like this, just know that you can talk to me about it.
Yeah. Cool.
And I promise I won't tell people that you have emotions.
Yeah. No, no one can know that. Fuck. Okay.
Yeah. So okay. and he's gonna clap his hands and start picking up all the fragments of his gift.
Right. Yep. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Save me some. He's gonna kind of do like the gun finger. Save me some food. Before, well, never mind. He's gonna keep picking up his.
Yep. And Cecily's just gonna. She'll go ahead and walk back to the cabin, but she'll between getting to the cabin, but also far enough back up the hill to be like out of Poe's eyesight, she'll just check the bracelet again and kind of admire it for a little bit and smile. And then she will tuck it under her sleeve and pretend to be normal, moody Cecily again as she goes back.
All right. Sounds good to me. So, with that, you head back in, and as soon as you head back in, you can see that now that one person has proposed it, Keothi seemingly has not stopped. As you re-enter halfway through a verse of a different song, I'll always keep you warm and safe and guard you with my sword. And how she smiled and how she laughed, the maiden of the Oh, hi, Cecily. I just, well, it's been a while since I've sung, and I forgot that I liked it so much.
Oh. Yeah, I was wondering where the
Really
orphanage...
good.
I was wondering where the
Thank you.
orphanage got all their songs from. I guess it's Keo.
You're a really good singer. Desmond's just kind of like
Oh,
fisting a pie in one hand and other thing, beignet in the other.
thank you,
Yeah,
Desmond.
Yeah, absolutely lovely.
Oh. Oh.
How much of the beignet oatmeal cream pie pile is left?
Probably not a lot. Just
Yeah,
between you,
probably not.
Desmond, and Keothi's number of calories she needs to take in a day just to maintain herself. Probably not a lot.
Yeah. Cecily, she'll like lean to grab one, but she'll kind of be feeling at her stomach and she'll just... Restraint. Nah. And she's gonna go ahead and have one more.
All right. So, with that, you continue to chew and eat beignets to your heart's delight until eventually all of the sweets, all of the pastries are gone. And Poe, just as you're kind of finishing up, just kind of sitting near the water, just staring at the water over what just happened, you can hear coming from the forest behind you some yipping and barking of what sounds to be dog-like creatures. As soon as you sort of peek your head around your shoulder, you can see a very familiar face, Ingvald, kind of coming around with what looks to be a group of different wolves with saddles on them. These huge wolves. Not exactly horse-sized, but more so pony-sized. But they're sturdy creatures. And there is one that is a little bit larger, which you can probably assume that this mounted animal is for Keothi. But as Ingvald is sort of walking around, you can hear him yelling like, "No, you must not that way. We're going this way. Come on. Let's go. I said I'd deliver him before sundown, and, well, you went early. Oh, hey, Paul, hello. Did they tell you about the drop-off?"
No, but I'm assuming...
Yes, these are your mounts right here. These bad boys are going to be what you're riding around on. Wherever you're going.
Are these safe?
Are they safe? Of course they are. Just don't get in between it and its meal, and you'll be fine.
Okay. Poe's gonna walk up to him and he's gonna try putting a hand out to one of them.
Okay, reach your hand out. Luckily they're tamed creatures, so you don't have to worry about it biting you. You can see it does kind of recoil a little bit and give a little bit of a snarl, and you can see her Ingvald go, "Bofer, don't you dare! The man's greeting you, you greet him." You kind of put your hand out. The wolf, whose apparently name is Bofer, just kind of looks back towards Ingvald, and then sort of like bows its head down and reaches out a paw to meet yours to shake.
Bofer.
There
He's
you go.
gonna shake his hand and he's gonna try to give him a scruff if he can. no matter how much trust and putting your hand out, smell whatever.
Okay, all right. Make an animal handling check with advantage.
Man, I hope this works out. 'Cause I love animals.
Oh, loses
Okay.
his other hand.
Okay, listen. As crappy as that sounds
Damn.
to Evan, that's pretty badass. So,
Handless
um,
paladin.
handless paladin, and then I want to get proficiency with animal handling. So, okay.
Yeah.
I forget
good.
how to roll with advantage, so I'm gonna roll twice.
And then go over to the. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Ah, very good. Okay.
Ooh.
Alrighty. So with that, you can see Beaufort kind of like recoil a little bit, tucking his neck and like head into his shoulders. But you sort of slowly approach, palm out, like smell my palm, like you know me. I'm not a bad guy. And Beaufort kind of slowly comes back as you reach your hand right around the ear and scratch in. And then for a moment, you can see that the wolf is not breaking eye contact with you as you're scratching him. And then eventually he begins to lean into it and kind of falls over into the snow and just begins to
Yes. It's so awesome.
scratch under its. And these things are huge. Like I said, they're they're on their hind legs. They're probably about 8 feet tall. Like they're massive. But yeah, so you scratch away, and you can see Ingvald says, "Oh, there you go,
Yes.
Beaufort. See, not so bad after all." Sometimes they just never learn. Well, I guess you know which one's yours now.
Yes, I do. Yeah, so do we need to like kennel them, fence them? Will they stay here?
Oh, they're
Or,
fine.
like,
What I'm going to do is for each one of you, whoever's going to be the one steering, mounted up first and holding the reins, I'm just going to let them get your scent. And then you don't tie them up. You let them wander at night. They'll patrol the surrounding area, try their best to keep you safe. And when the morning comes back around, they'll be back. And best part is, feed themselves.
all right, great.
Mhm.
I guess I'll be the one steering.
Aye,
Um,
makes sense to me.
Okay.
You ever ridden a horse before?
1 second, let me think. Yes.
Yes. Had to think about it. That's good. Okay. Pretty much it's like the same thing like riding a horse, just a little bit more difficult. They're a little bit more aggressive, and you have to really assert your dominance from time to time. Other than that, it's exactly the same.
All right, perfect.
Perfect.
Great.
Great. So, I'm assuming the rest of them are in the
Yeah, we
Above-
have we have a name day party. You can come in. We have
Oh no,
plenty.
no, no.
Come on, you brought all these
No,
wolves
it's
to us,
if you could
and
just
you need to.
bring them out here.
Okay, but listen, this is the Witch of the Woods cabin. Don't you want to see inside? It's really cozy and cool.
I know whose cabin it is. If you could just bring everybody out here, I'd appreciate it greatly.
I come kind of detecting that he really doesn't want to go in, right?
Yes.
Because Evan picked that up. I want to see
Yeah.
if Poe's picking that up.
He's telegraphed very clearly.
Okay, then Poe's going to instantly change his mood, be like, yeah, okay, yeah. And so, okay, so he's going to go inside and be like, hey guys, our rides are here, and you guys should come out and check it out.
Our rides are here.
The rides are
Yeah,
here.
we'll
The
head on
Uber's
out.
here.
All right.
Oh, did we mention they're wolves?
Oh yeah, we didn't.
No,
well,
you didn't.
They, well,
Wolves?
they did not have ponies.
Oh, I read about these before.
I
Very
was,
interesting.
A little dismayed by the fact they did not have ponies, but they are quite ferocious. I'm
They're
coming
probably-
around to the idea.
Yeah, they're probably actually better for this weather too. The more I think about it.
Yeah. They said that you just gotta let them feed themselves or else they eat you. So, we'll do that.
Yeah.
Alright, I've thought about it. She'll get up from the table. I've thought about it. We have to pair up. And I want Bianca. I don't know what it is, but I feel like you can steer a wolf.
Well, if it's not too different from a horse, yeah.
Well, let's
Don't
let's
shoot
go.
it.
Let's go see the creatures first,
Ah.
and then we'll decide.
Oh, I remember that. Wow. That was a while ago.
Yeah.
Wow,
The day.
Bianca, you're kind of awful.
Well, man. Yuna's getting so comfortable with this group. She's really
the
just
best.
she's really just letting them rip. Man.
Oh my god.
Oh man.
All right.
Let's go.
Wolves.
All right.
All right. Well, if they come out, Poe's playing with Beaufort.
Okay, so you got Beaufort.
Yeah, what are the other ones' names and what do they look like? Felicity wants to know.
yeah.
Kind of D&D.
So for one, if I remember correctly, you all got, let's see, what was it? It was 4, correct? 4?
I think. Well, because there's 6 of us, and we have to pair up, right? So I feel like we got 3.
Okay.
And then one was going to be Kyo and Ashima.
Yes.
I remember that detail.
Okay.
I think.
Cool. Alrighty. So then, as you make your way out, you can see the 3 wolves who are gathered together. Currently Poe is next to one, sort of scratching behind his ears, and you can see that one seems to be more of an Arctic wolf, where its pelt is like pure white, as to blend in with the snow fairly well. And you can see that it has these like very, very beady, sharp black eyes that seem to be darting every which way. You also see that there are 2 more wolves. One of them looks closer to like a timber wolf, which are the ones with the like white underbellies, and then the sort of faces and backs of like deep blacks and browns. But you can see this one has like deep greens with sort of like speckles of white inside of it. So like the back is that deep timber green, and the underside is white, maybe to blend in with the canopy of the trees. And the third wolf looks to be closer to maybe like a kind of like an Arctic wolf, but its pelt is much more of a overall gray color, with darker spots of black and green. And you can see all 3 of them currently have saddles on them. And as soon as you approach, seeing the wolves, Ingvald says, "Oh, there's the rest of you. So I'm sure that Paul might have already introduced you to Beaufort. Beaufort right there. That's the white one. Then over here we've got Balin right here. This is the good old timber wolf, green pelt, lovely. And then right here we've got Thorin. This one, he's a little bit more aggressive. He kind of thinks like he owns the place. But after a while, you'll get used to it. So, I just need to know, Poe's obviously already claimed that one. So, who's mounting up with Poe?
Works out.
Desmond? All right, just go over, outreach your palm up, facing towards the wolf. Have it memorize your scent, and then in the morning, it'll either come back to you or Poe. Either one, who's ever closer. Then, for Balin, who's riding Balin?
Bianca's gonna look at Keothi. So, do you want the more aggressive one or the more calm one?
Um,
I don't care either way.
If I may be a bit of a tiebreaker here, Keothi, there's something, I don't know, strange. I feel a connection to Thorin.
yes. Yes, you know what? I think I do too.
Something about a halfling and Thorin just makes friends. I don't know, I'm worried about the other ones, but it seems right. As if I knew him in a past life.
You know what, Ashima? I don't share the connection with you, but I can see it. Maybe a long time ago you were a lot more inclined like Desmond. Who knows? Who knows? Yes, Thorin is fine.
I'm dying. Just watching Joe's face. You did this to yourself.
Cecily's gonna look between Io and Ashima as they're talking and just be like, I
guess
don't
we-
know shit about Tongwu. I don't know what the fuck is going on.
Don't ask.
Go with the
Please,
flow.
please. I think if you ask, it breaks the universe.
Well, I guess we get Baleen.
That's
Right?
cool. I could be
yes.
friends with Baleen.
The Baleen is great. He's a calm one. You can see he's got a little bit more of the primordial pouch underneath there, but don't let that fool you. He's still quick as a whip.
Primordial pouch. That's a fun term.
Yeah, it's for a little pocket of fat that most creatures live in the wilderness have right around their midsection. So in case something bites them, it ends up biting the fat instead of any internal organs. It's very handy.
Oh.
Been working on my primordial pouch the past few months.
You know, I've been getting a little bit of one too, starting this whole adventuring business.
There you
Turns
go.
out,
Hmm?
you eat a lot. Cecily will pat, will pat Pauline's primordial pouch.
Baleen just sort of as soon as you start to, he just kind of falls over onto the ground, so you can much
Aw.
easier pat his primordial pouch.
Oh, look at that.
Don't
He wants
mean
me to
to
hit his
inter-
stomach.
I don't mean to interrupt, but if you guys haven't looked at Discord, Gemma just like
Yes.
in
It's so
an
good.
incredible looking T-bot. It looks so good.
It is amazing.
I am always
I'm
always shocked at how fast you are.
How?
It's incredible.
Incredible.
I think that I can. Yeah, here we go.
What?
It's on the stream right now. Look at this bad boy. Looky here. Look at this.
Oh my god.
Isn't that something? TY, y'all. No, it's
I-
amazing. Aw.
I
Oh
wouldn't
my
even.
God!
I wouldn't even be done taking a piss in the amount of time
Jesus.
that Gemma is able to just.
So cute.
I kind of want to like shop it into my portrait now.
Yeah.
Oh God,
I'm
amazing.
gonna make this my wallpaper. And
Mark,
it's-
yeah,
Mark,
I
get
think
that
it's,
checked
it's
out.
amazing how
Now that
fast
she
and
mentions
how
it, yeah, you might want to.
It's been like 45 minutes.
yeah, I
Yeah.
know.
Okay,
Jeez, that's
so
awesome.
get
That
There's
was so
this
good.
there's this language device I learned about recently. It's called hyperbole. It's
what's
when
that?
you exaggerate, a little bit for like comedic or dramatic effect.
Is that where like the Star Trek ships go really fast and they go neum? Or is that Star
No,
Wars?
that's hyperbole.
Oh,
Is that the same
Yeah.
thing when you go to a ramen restaurant and the guy making the ramen slides the bowl really fast down the bar to you?
oh yeah.
No, that's super mega bowl.
Is that the thing where you go to like? I'm done. I'm sorry. I
Okay,
need to
yeah.
go on for hours.
Okay.
My prostate is fine. Just want to make that very clear.
Thank you for sharing.
Thank you for
Okay.
prompting, y'all.
I wasn't prompting. I was prying.
Okay. All right. So with that, you all match yourselves with your wolves. You connect with them. You let them smell your palms. They memorize your scent, and you can see the very fierce Balin, the very fierce Bofar, the more lethargic Balin, and the very proud Thorin. You can see that even Thorin is just kind of standing like he's a lion, like of like a pride, where he's just always has his snout up, looking away, just always ready to defend. Maybe a little pompous, but it's hard to tell with a wolf. So, with that, you all now have your mounts. Each one of you will paired with a partner. So we have Poe, Desmond, Cecily, Bianca, and Keothi and Ashima paired together. All of you ready with your wolves. So then the question is, do you want to leave tonight or do you want to leave in the morning? Because right now it's only about 3:30.
Before Ingvar goes back, Bianca will ask him and show him her gun and ask if they have any bullets like that. Because Felicity didn't even think about it last session. So I need more of that shit.
Wait. I can. Well, no, I can't. Never mind. Wait, do you have the normal one?
I can ask
because you
to
have the
buy
one
a
that I stole.
one.
Well, you had the normal
wait.
one, and then I stole you the one from.
Did you swap it? No,
yeah,
I think I
don't
do still have the
remember.
normal one.
Oh, because I pulled it out because you weren't there. I didn't have yours. I don't.
Oh, then
think I
you
can
replaced it with
enchant
like a
something
banana
that's-
or something, right? If
Oh,
I
it was
remember
those little
correctly.
sandwiches, I think.
Yeah.
yes, little
The
So I do
cucumber
have a
sandwiches.
normal one.
So I can enchant the normal one to not need bullets.
Well, I would like you to do that.
Okay. And you'll just have 2 enchanted guns.
Yes. And I still would like bullets, but oh my god. Yes. But yeah, does Ingvar know if there's any bullets for a revolver?
Well,
Or is that something I'd have to make?
no, I think we might have some. Not a big store, mind you. Don't exactly get too many of those around these parts, but probably have something I could get for you. Do you have a spare one I could take with me just so I make sure I get the right size?
Yeah, sure. Here's this one.
Thank you.
And she'll hand him the Rego, the one that will be eventually enchanted.
Okay. All right. I'll be back in a little bit. Actually, here. Don't want to intrude on your hostess. Bianca, why don't you come with me and we can look together and I can send you on your way. Plus, don't want to be out too late past sundown anyway. Cuts down on the least amount of travel, you know? You can take the wolf with you. Make the travel easier.
Yeah, that sounds great. Should I pick up anything else, everyone?
I mean, I'm good.
Everyone else good on supplies?
Very much so.
By the way, the enchantment also does give it a +1. Just letting you know. I'm reading it again, so it's +1. Ignored reloading, and then it automatically generates bullets.
Nice.
Letting you know.
Joe, it's been a couple weeks, so I kind of forget. My arm is still broken, right?
Oh, that's right, because of the grappling hook. Yeah. There would be no grappling hook attached right now.
Okay, so if I wanted to make one or fix it or something.
Yeah, we could probably say that you could take, I mean, if you happen to have like a dagger or just like a weapon that you're not using, you could very easily sort of turn that into a new grappling hook and chain, given your talents.
Okay, I was mostly just asking because I know Poe would be worried about that way more than I would be right now, just because it's been a while and I honestly forgot about that fact. So I was just wondering if, like, would that warrant any supplies?
I mean, it wouldn't it wouldn't hurt to, if you don't have anything, just to get like a cheap dagger that you could turn into it.
Okay, I'm pretty sure I have quite a few things, especially because. But it's not like absolutely necessary that we need to stop somewhere to get a lot of stuff. Like if I have an extra weapon, I could probably make something work.
Yeah, you could probably whip it up in
Okay.
maybe half an hour, an hour. Yeah.
Okay. All right, that's fine. I won't worry about that then. Sorry, guys.
Okay. All right. Sounds good.
Alrighty.
All right. Well, let's go. We'll be back. You'll be ready to go.
So,
By the way, I'm just curious. I didn't think about it until right now, but I don't believe Ashima and Cecily told me. Where exactly are all of you planning on going? Just north? Or...
yeah, north. Just trying to figure out where to go next by going north, you know what I mean?
Let the wind take you wherever it does, yeah.
Exactly.
Just be careful.
Yeah.
Last time you were wandering throughout the woods, needed somebody to come and save you.
Yeah, hopefully that doesn't happen again.
So,
Well, we'll never be lost. Because we're just heading north.
there you go.
Yeah.
How
Not letting Bianca wander off again either.
I'm just curious, how far north?
As far as north goes, I'm afraid.
You can see his mood kind of drop, the smile fade a little bit. You mean, past Rogthankar, up towards the Fractured Peninsula?
And then even a little bit some.
Just, be mindful. Careful. I heard strange talk coming from folk up in those parts lately. Lots of fighting goes on up there, whether it be pirates or the such. But even on the land, even this far down south, we start to hear word of it. Hear talk of men on flying beast, raining down on ships passing through the pass. Talk of cannibalistic savages. And worse yet, others who've influenced those same people. Been more aggressive. And you hear things, about people up north, and you try and chalk it up to rumors spreading like wildfire, but some things, they just too hard to make up, Talk of travelers from Afara. Desert folk bringing their magics here. Teaching these cannibals how to turn what was just a ritual into something real. Something powerful. So if you're headed that far up north, just be wary, be mindful, and
be sure to keep a close eye on the wolves. Hate for them to be out one night and taken by the worst of it.
Thank you for letting us know what we'll be potentially getting into.
Of course.
And we really appreciate your help.
Yeah. Least I can do. You all seem like you got a fair bit of weight on your shoulders. If I can help alleviate any of that, do what I can.
Tries to give you a soft smile.
There's one piece of advice I can give, though. If you happen to find any members of the Land Guard, it'd be your best bet. They're
It's the Land Guard.
They're a group of people from Yggdrasil, the place where you're currently at. Rogthankar and that. They were sent to try and bring a little peace there. Try and straighten things out. There weren't many of them sent. But enough sent, hopefully make a difference. You know, there's one. I grew up around here. He is an odd one. We grew up together, so let them know if you run into them. They're not very trusting up there, especially as strangers, but there's a lady I grew up with, shield maiden by the name of Nut. She left with the Land Guard maybe a year ago, 6 months. So, might have a connection there. If you can keep my name out of it, might be best, but if not, not the worst thing in the world. Just let her know I'm sorry. Leave it at that.
Well, if we see her, that's the least we can do for you.
Oh. Well then, best get your ammo before you head out, especially if you're leaving tonight. The wolves generate quite a bit of heat as well, so if they happen to be near you for the night, should be enough heat there not to have the cold snap affect you too much. All right? All right. Well, Bianca, if it's all right with you, you can ride, get the reins right, and I'll ride on the same one, and we can head back.
Yeah, perfect.
All right. All right. So with that, unless anybody stops him, mount up. And the two of you head back to the Traveler's Respite. He does have a small supply. He has 6 additional rounds. So, just in case it helps a little bit, you know. Just in case you need to be dual-wielding pistols anytime, or revolvers anytime soon.
As I do.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. So, gives you 6 more rounds. And then, if there's nothing else you need to say, he'll send you back.
Would Bianca know that if they're gonna ask for potions, would they just direct them to the witch anyway?
Yeah.
Like health potions?
Yeah, that'd be the...
And then rations. And is all this still covered in Alfian's big, like, spend thingy?
Yeah.
Okay, so maybe some rations, vegan options for Ashima and you.
Yay!
Yeah, how many did you want to get about?
um,
Just like a week's worth?
Yeah, just because, like, you don't want him to spoil, like, it's gonna go bad.
Yeah.
So, yeah, let's do a week's worth
Okay,
of rations.
that's fine. All right. Ingvald gives it to you. It's all still covered.
okay, I'm trying to think if there's anything else. I think that's it.
Okay.
I genuinely can't think of anything else.
That's okay. That's okay. Alrighty. So,
Would we need warmer clothes? I guess that would be the other thing. Maybe like, do we have warm enough clothes? Was Bella Clara as cold as it is here?
during the day, yeah, about. It's just at night when it gets really, really, really bad.
Oh, and then maybe tents. I don't think we have anything. Can we even carry tents though?
On the wolves, you'd be able to mount them up on the wolves, yeah.
Okay, so maybe like, okay, so 3 tents then that would work, I'd assume.
Okay. Yeah.
And then, did I say anything? Oh yeah, and then if we, I don't know, warm blankets and shit, but again, only if we have room for it.
Yeah, I'd say you'd be able to take the 3 tents and 3 fur blankets. That would help make things not as miserable.
Okay, definitely thinking of Desmond in those moments. So,
Yeah.
yeah, I guess that's kind of, I think, all I can think of. So, 3 tents, warm blankets.
Okay. Alrighty. Sounds good to me. All right. With that, 3 tents, blankets, some rations, and 6 new revolver rounds, you head back to the witch's hut. And then is there any other preparations anybody needs to do before you prepare to head out?
Bianca will ask the witch for if she's willing to give up any health potions and just as many as she's willing to give up because we'll need them.
Yeah, so at that point, you get back, and maybe an hour after you get back, right around 6 o'clock, the witch does return. So she returns, and as you're talking to her about it, she says,
I may be able to assist a little. Most of my magical ingredients are, well, most are saved for preventing poisons or diseases as the needs of the surrounding people, but I could whip together a few health potions for you.
Would be so helpful, thank you.
Of course. So she proceeds to do that. She begins to whip
Before
together...
she-
Oh, yeah.
Oh, before she goes, I was going to ask her one thing too. I was just muted, so it wasn't working. But Desmond would say, "Oh, I'm sorry to ask because you've done so much for us already, but you happen to have like a small pearl that you could be willing to me?"
As your eyes kind of narrow. I have one I'd be willing to lend to you, but I need your word that you're going to give it back. In fact, I've already let the silverware and the teapot go, so as long as I get this back, I can forgive those missing utensils.
Okay.
Okay? Okay.
Just nods.
And you can see her reach into one of the folds of her clothes and rifle around in one of her pockets and pull out a small pearl. I'm assuming you're talking about the one that's worth like 200 gold, right? 100
Oh,
gold.
I don't know if it says that much.
Or is it
Let me
50?
look.
What spell is it for? Does that identify?
Just identify.
I think it's 50.
Or
Or 100?
looking
I forget.
work. 100, yeah.
Okay. Yep. Takes it out. Hands it to you. Like I said, I want that back.
Man.
So then she goes and grabs the ingredient she needs to, and she is able to make the 6 of you 3 common healing potions. 2d4 plus 2.
3 common healing potions. All right.
All right, indeed. Okay. So, then, with that, as soon as she hands out the healing potions to whoever takes them, she says, "So then, if there's nothing else, then I presume you're ready?"
I guess so.
We'll be off then.
Very good. Well, I can put you off to the edge of my territory, right on the border of the Fractured Peninsula. But from there, you're on your own, and should cut out at least a week and a half's worth of travel for you.
All right then. What are we waiting for? Let's go look death in the face.
Very well. Follow me outside. I know just the tree to go to. So, with that, she begins to make her way outside. So, all of you following one after another. You can see that she leads you to this absolutely massive pine tree. Its circumference probably 10 or 12 feet. It's huge. The largest tree by far in the forest. And she says, "So, I'm going to open up a doorway in this tree that will take you all the way to the edge of the Council of Yggdrasil's territory. From there, it'll be up to you to navigate the Fractured Peninsula and all of the landmines that will come up. Now, I do know generally where I'm going to put you. There is a small village there that I used to frequent. Small village. If you inform them that I sent you, they should be willing to give you directions and let you know of possible landmines along the way. All right?
I don't believe you've ever given us your name. Maybe I'm just incredibly rude, but...
No, you did not, and that's okay. But, most of them know me as the Witch of the Woods, but the Elderman there, Elderman Holger, he would know me as Freya. And that should be enough for him to help in whatever way he can. Well, if there's nothing else, then the temple awaits you. Remember, the northmost island of the Fractured Peninsula. As soon as you get to that island, you'll know. Are you ready?
It's we're as ready as we'll ever be.
Good. Good luck, and
Even in the face of destruction and despair, I believe that you have what it takes to come out the other side victorious. What little I know about you, I know that to be true. Well, no time to delay, as now you must begin your journey. Goodbye, and I hope to see you again one day soon. With that, she'll place her hand on the tree in front of you, and you can see that sprouting from her hand are these brightly colorful pinks and reds and blues and purples of vines sprawling out across the tree, wrapping around to form this maybe 6-foot wide doorway, 7 foot tall, that just begins to crackle with golden energy. And with that, as the 6 of you step through and forward, waiting to see what is ever beyond this portal, that is where we're going to take a quick break. So, whatever's on the other side of this portal, you will have to find out after the break. By the way, I just wanted to do a quick thank you. It was during the stream. We had 2 new follows. We had Xenoff, I believe is how you say that. Thank you for the follow. I actually know that person. Excited to finally have a break from DMing, to finally play in a campaign, so thank you, DM of that group. That's amazing. And then also thank you to StonelessB57. What a great username. Excited to have you be a part of it too. If you haven't already, we actually do have a Roll with Advantage Discord where we talk about the campaigns, we talk about D&D, have a lot of fun. It is an 18+ server, really just there to avoid any issues in the future with anything like that, as this is also an 18+ stream because there is a prolific use of the word fuck, depending on which players are playing. So
Yeah.
Mark.
Mark and Jamie are the 2 biggest.
Yeah, you guys are potty mouths.
Yeah,
And we're in all 3 campaigns.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
All right. Well, thank you so much for watching, everybody. We'll be back in maybe 5-10 minutes. Just gonna get a break. I need some more water, and we'll see what's on the other side of this portal here shortly. All
be
right.
ready for the snack check.
Yeah, I'll snap
Ready
check.
for the
Snap check.
am ready, by the way. But the main use of it I saw that was truly badass was one of the players used Force Cage, and then one of my other players used Silence. So they basically just trapped an entire group of guards in a Force Cage and then started just shooting them from afar, and they screamed silently like they were in a void of space until they were all dead.
So cool.
And we're back.
Yep. They just...
I didn't want to interrupt your story, but I put us back when you said when everybody's like, "Yep, we're ready." So they got all that. It was a good story, though.
That's good.
Yeah,
Oh,
no,
God.
it's great tactics. Okay.
Drop your stacks in the chat.
I can actually show mine. I have
Choking on mine.
many pretzels
Yummy.
that I won't be eating during the stream because that would be absolutely obnoxious.
Oh.
I do well. Terrible. I already make enough sound effects. I don't need pancakes. Amazing.
Hell yeah! Snack check.
Hell yeah, pancakes. Pancakes. All right.
This was a good snack, Jack.
It was a good snack. Yeah, it was. All right. So, without any delay or dallying, let's get back into the session. All right. The recap so far is going to be done by Shang Tsung from Mortal Kombat 11. Diving back into the session,
Oh my god.
The party found themselves
Going into the deep end.
in Jormungandry and
Under the okay, I can't. I'm focusing too hard on the voice. I can't talk eloquently. So, the party had found themselves in the section of the Salamander coast known as Jormungandry, the farthest western salamander, and the one dedicated to a more Norse, Scandinavian-like culture. Now, they had found themselves here through an absolute whirlwind of terrible things. The worst on that list, discovering that, well, the world was going to end. And that these 5, plus apparently, 9 others, were the way to stop it. They were the keys to undo this terrible thing. Now, the group knows of one event that they have to stop, that they have the ability to, and they know how. That is going back in time and preventing the Heist of Brahmsgrav from ever happening. Now, they know that they can do this through the Witch of the Woods, the druidic shaman, Freya. Now, Freya, being a name that specifically Bianca and probably Poe and Ashima as well, being more studious, a name that would ring to you through your ears in the moment. So caught up on where your destination was, you didn't exactly think of it too much. But now, having just a brief moment to reflect, you know that just Ashima, especially you from your study of cultures, and Bianca and Poe, you're just, curious gaze of the world, that the people of the Western Salamander, they have a different religious view than most other places in the world. I'm most closely related to Thrall, but they believe in powerful entities that are gifted by the gods to dole out judgment and aid when they believe it's necessary. These powerful entities, almost demigods, if you will. Mortal, but given extra longevity in life. And given the powers that the people of the Western Salamander deem are gifted by the gods, in order to either help or guide the rest of them on their way. And Freya is one of them. She is this ultra-powerful entity that apparently spent most of her life trying to aid and repair the conflict between the Vanir and the Aesir, but it seems as though her work must have been in vain, as she is bound to the southern portion of Jormungandry, the Council of Yggdrasil, which is why she cannot come with all of you to this Temple of Time in order to undo the events of the Heist of Brahmsgrav. But she's willing to send you all to the furthest point of her reach, a small hamlet, a small village, and gives you the name Elder Holger. An elderly man who will be able to give you directions as soon as you arrive in the village and be able to set you on your way. Now, you were also told by Ingvald that there are strange stories of creatures and even stranger stories of people in the northern portions of Jormungandry and the Fractured Peninsula. Cannibals and strange monsters feasting on blood, learning the trades and skills in combat of the people of the desert tribes of Farah. This doesn't sit well with all of you, but you have to go on this path. It's destined. You're the only ones who can stop this. So you do what you need to do. And you hope that this Elderman Holger can give you directions as to avoid these strange creatures and even stranger people on your way. So, with that, you bid your farewells to Freya. She opens up the portal in the base of the tree, and you begin to step through it. Now, on your walk through the tree, it isn't in one side, out the other. It is a much more confined path. You can see what looks to be this ethereal green plain all around you. Currently, you're caged inside of a hallway of wood and vines and leaves and flowers coating the area. But there are small holes that you can peek through to see, and you can see just peeking through the holes this what looks to be massive tree. It has to be hundreds of miles long and tall. And you can see sitting atop that tree where there should be leaves or flowers, buds blooming, it is just light and energy, like wisps coming off of a star, sitting nestled in the branches of this tree. You can see the different branches currently glowing with what look like veins of ore inside of them, glowing green and blue and red and purple, shifting all of these different colors. This beautiful, magnificent tree. And you can tell now that you're not just viewing this tree, you're inside of it, moving amongst the branches of this massive tree, spawning all of creation. You move throughout it, a gift that Freya has given you. You march your wolves through, and you can see a portal open on the other end. And as all of you get closer and closer, you can hear the sounds of wind rustling, snow falling. And by the time you get close enough, you also recognize something else. The sound of yelling, of screaming. Sounds you're very, very, very familiar with. As you exit out of the tree, you can see this grotesque display in front of you. You can see buildings burning, enraptured in flame. You can see these individuals wearing patched together furs and cloaks with these gnarled daggers and swords, dragging people by their clothes, jamming these daggers into their necks, carving down the front of their chest, cracking open rib cages, and then throwing them on these pikes, these just hastily carved wooden spikes jamming up out of the snow and mud and dirt, thrusting them up on top. And there has to be maybe 20, 30, maybe even 40 just in the surrounding area, and you can see that there are maybe 10, 12 individuals with these gnarled daggers, scimitars, blades, weapons, all of them coated in different shades of blood and just grotesque intestines wrapped around their necks, hanging lungs and other intestines from their cloaks and armor like trophies. And you can see maybe 45, 50 feet away from where you're standing currently, exiting out of that tree, there's a large man, much larger than the rest, coated in blood and mud, wearing a necklace of heads. And you can see the weapons that he holds, one whip and one longsword, aren't made of iron or steel. They're made of blood, dripping onto the ground, sizzling as soon as they hit the snow. Not cold blood that's exited the body, but warmth, heat, living blood that he has bended into these weapons. So, with that, as all of you exit out into the area, this right here is what you see. Are there no tokens there? God damn it.
All right, man. I'm in it. Keep the momentum.
Okay, all right. Okay, so you I just don't know why there are any things here. Okay, so with that, as all of you exit, there we go. Ba ba ba. You can see that all of them are immediately drawn to the tree crackling open as all of you step out on your mounted wolves. You can see the wolves immediately begin to snarl in different directions, beginning to growl, ready to pounce. And it's up to all of you to try and restrain these wolves to the best of your ability. But you can see that any of these individuals here, they are very clearly hostile. However, there have been no immediate attacks done as of you exiting the portal. You can see that they are trepidatious. They move closer and closer. But they have not attacked yet. You can just see that as you exit, they are moving closer and closer. So, in that moment, what are you doing?
So can we tell what kind, like, were they fighting other people? Is that the blood that's on them?
Yeah, you can
That's
see
clear.
that it's probably from whoever were the denizens of this village before. It's most likely them. You can see that a lot of the people who are in this village are still alive. They're just strung up on those poles.
Well, y'all, should we run away?
Oh, we're surrounded.
I'm just gonna
Yeah.
point my staff at these three that are like at my
Mhm.
No, I'll point it at the two that are at my northern. I don't know, the ones that are there,
Okay.
and say, I suggest you go home.
You can see the much larger one as you're pointing at the ones behind you begins to shout out in these guttural tones, this broken common.
You speak. You speak to me. Words, little man. Words to me.
Turn to him, say, leave. That's it. That's all I can say.
You can see the man, what looks to be some type of horned animal, skull sitting atop his head, antlers still sticking out, blood dripping from it, and the steam coming off of his bloody longsword and whip.
Leave. We have what we want. Why don't we leave, huh?
And you can see all of his troop. They just sort of shuffle uncomfortably, staring back and forth at you all. And then back to him.
Oh. Still hungry, are we? We make deal. Give us wolves. You can go free.
Cecily is gonna lean to everybody near her and say in a hushed tone, that Elderman Holger guy might still be here. So, you want to try and find him while I fuck these people up?
No. We will find them after we deal with them.
You almost had it, Ashima.
Too long.
Good though.
Kraka! And you hear him yell something out in this guttural language, and all of them then begin to draw their weapons. They begin to lunge and run, and with that, I would like everybody to roll for initiative.
All right, there you go. They attacked first. This is self-defense.
They attack first. It's self-defense. Initiative.
Man.
I didn't click my token.
Oh, I didn't click mine.
That's okay. You
But
don't
mine
need
didn't
to.
roll. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, because new thing.
Yeah.
Saint roll 20.
Blood King.
My God.
Blood Thrall. Blood Thrall.
Okay. Alrighty. That's not the...
Oh, this is a good track.
Yeah.
Oh, this
Okay.
is good.
God.
You got some good
Yeah.
music.
This is the one that
Really
goes,
out-
yeah, meh.
Okay,
Right.
and Kyo. Poor Kyo. Okay,
Aw.
alrighty. So with that now, important question. You all have the choice as soon as combat starts. Right now, you're currently in your duos. You're in your pairs. So that means you can either quickly dismount and send the wolves off, or you can try and stay mounted, but there will be some animal handling checks associated with staying mounted on the wolves, especially during a combat scenario. What's the choice?
I'm hopping off.
Okay.
Yes,
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd
Personally-
hop off.
Yeah, it's a little much to contend with at the moment, so I'll
So-
hop off.
Are the wolves still rolling for combat if
No, if you send them off, they'll run away. Mainly just for ease of my life.
Ease of my life.
Okay. Sorry, I want to make the right decision here. Let's just see how it goes. I'm going to stay on mine.
Okay, you'll stay on yours? Okay. All right,
I
Desmond.
think if anyone would benefit from it, it'd be you, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Since you're the most, like, melee person.
All right.
Melee necessary person.
What melee weapon do you have out right now, Poe?
I have my sword, which is it's like a long sword.
It's like the great sword, right? Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
great
it's the
sword.
great sword, yeah.
Ashima's gonna. Would you be able to use a quarterstaff?
He could.
Could I?
Yeah,
martial
it's-
weapons.
It's a simple
because
weapon.
I'm thinking like, I don't know about your rules about mounted combat, Joe, but would just kind of like ask a meta question. Could he use it like as a lance for, I don't know, a little more ease? Because like a greatsword is, a little big. to be using on, like, mounted?
I would say that he'd suffer no penalty for using the greatsword. So, if anything, the quarterstaff would then just be a damage reduction. But the issue isn't going to be wielding it; it's going to be keeping the beast contained underneath him. That's going to be the struggle.
Gotcha. Yeah, I didn't know if that was going to help him at all, so I won't. I'm keeping my staff then.
Okay. I'm here. There we go.
Okay.
Didn't mean to move around too much.
No, that's okay. Alrighty. So with
Was I next
that,
to Cecily then?
oh yeah, you would be next to Cecily then. Oh, whoa.
Oh wait.
Ah.
Oh no.
There we go.
All right, I'll let you do it. There we go.
Okay. All right. Begin combat. So with that, first up we have Bianca.
Hey.
Oh wait a
Yeah.
second. Sorry. At the 20 of the initiative, since nobody rolled higher than the 20, you can see the the Blood King. He immediately, as soon as combat starts, you see him whip around this bloody longsword and just jam it into his back and cut. And he flings that over towards all of you, and I'd like all 6 of you to make a dexterity saving throw.
All right. That's what we're doing.
Well-
that's how we starting.
Ooh, Poe.
I give some of mine to Poe.
Oh god damn.
Nice.
Bianca's got some to spare.
Somebody
Yeah.
want to roll for Kyo?
Somebody doing it, I'll do it.
I got it. I got the shit right
Okay.
here. She has a +0. Which makes sense.
Oh dang, my pop out's not working.
Okay, alrighty. So the only person who fails is Poe. So all the rest of you can see these like globules of blood just begin to fall from the sky from him like a catapult almost, flinging towards you. Most of you are able to dodge out of the way, but Poe, you are not able to dodge out of the way, and you are now currently marked. So, pretty much any of his, not him, but any of his servants, any of the people in his thrall, they will have an extra d4 of damage against you. Okay?
Okay.
All right. Okay, so with that, 20 of the initiative. Now we move down to Bianca. Bianca, what are you doing?
So blood hunters. Yeah.
Nice.
She'll probably just kind of step out to get a little closer, and says he's the big bad guy. Okay, so it's like this terrain in the way, like the tree and the tents, or not tents, houses. Like, is there a clear barrier between, like, the leader guy and the rest of us?
So the leader guy is actually right here. He's the one covered in blood.
Oh, I'm looking at the guy with the white, like, paint.
Oh, so this person, you can see that they're walking a little bit slower. A woman, longer black hair, seems to be dressed in, would like to be no leather or armor. She has this very crude staff in one hand, covered in these white pelts, seemingly some type of mage.
Okay. Okay. Then Bianca's going to, I think I can, I actually haven't measured it, but I had time to think. I've never been first yet. That's not what I meant to do. Okay, fine.
That's
Whatever. We'll go back to this.
Cool.
Why did this, okay, there we go. I think I can get up to him. She's, while going up to the boss guy, she's going to do her Crimson Right, and then do 2 attacks, and just be like, Blood Hunter, let's go.
Okay, alrighty. So with that, you go
I need
ahead.
to take my damage,
Whoosh, cut your arm,
so.
cut your palm. Crackles
Yeah,
of lightning
probably
begin
the
to form
arm
on the
that-
blade.
Mm-hmm. And that? Bet it's a 4. Oh, 2. Hey,
That's a 2.
that's a first. Okay, that's nice. And then I'll do the 2 attacks. Then I'll start off with my sword. We won't pull out the revolver yet. So let's do 2
Okay.
of the short sword. I'm not going to use my little things because I don't know if they work. So wait, where is my sword? I Haven't used it in forever. There it is. Roll.
Making me nervous.
Normal.
All right.
Roll.
Okay,
Normal.
17 to hit. That is a hit.
And that's the next
another
one.
17. That is also a hit.
And then I'll roll 2d4 to add that extra lightning damage.
An extra 4 points of damage. Alrighty, cool.
There we go.
All right.
That'll be my start.
So as soon as you cut into your palm and you begin to sort of twirl the lightning blade, you can see this look of recognition flash on his eyes, and he begins to smile and nod, kind of like that Jack Nicholson gif where he's like, ah, ha, ha, ha.
Hell yeah.
And as soon as you approach and go to slash, he says, ha, you are but novice. And you begin to cut, making 2 slashes into him, and he seems just to thrive with the pain. Okay.
Cool, that's what I got.
Alrighty. Sounds good. All right, so we come to our first Thrall here. So this one is just going to go ahead and... Poe, you can see now that the blood has hit your shoulder, it didn't slide off like normal blood. It just kind of coagulates on your arm and forms this kind of like thick gelatin-like material that just kind of like begins to seep into your armor, and you can feel it stiffening some of your joints. Not inhibiting your attacks at all, but making it much easier for somebody to try and hit you. So this Blood Thrall is just going to run right up and is just going to go ahead and start swinging. Alrighty, so they are going to go ahead and make 2. Well, they get 3 attacks. It's going to make... It has this like gnarled short sword that's going to make 2 slashes with, and then it's actually going to try and grab your arm and just take a bite out of your arm. Okay. All right.
Okay.
So we have 1, 2 short sword attacks. Bop, bop, bop. That's a 21 and a 22. And then that'll be a 7 on the bite. So the bite's going to miss. And that'll be 9 points of damage total, plus an extra 2d4. Okay. There'll be an extra 4 damage. So you're looking at, let's see, 13 total. Okay. Alrighty. So that's the end of their turn. Then we come to the Frost Druid here. They are going to go ahead and... Bapa booey, bapa booey. Yeah. Okay. Alright. Sick. So what she's going to go ahead and do is she's going to take 1 step here so she can get a clear line of sight there. And she is going to... You can see that with her staff, she just begins to circle it in the air and begins to chant, slamming the staff into the ground until you can see these thick, dense, like black clouds appear in front of you. The temperature drops, and you can see that there is this swirling mist of ice and snow that begins to ascend upon the area. No, wait. Oh no, why did it roll all those saves? No. Stop.
I like mine, though.
Oh man, oh no. Okay. Well, wait, actually this is
me anyways.
This isn't applicable anyway because it's not until the beginning of your next turn when it happens. Okay. So that means everybody in here at the beginning of your next turn, you need to make a dexterity saving throw or you fall prone. And currently this entire 40-foot sphere area is currently difficult terrain, heavily obscured, and any exposed flames are doused immediately. Okay? Alrighty. And then also if you're concentrating on a spell inside the sleet storm, you have to make a con saving throw. At the beginning of each one of your turns. All right, so that might be applicable later. Okay, so that means difficult terrain just means you only have half your movement, unless you have something that ignores difficult terrain. So no damage, but it definitely does limit how far you can get. So with that, Cecily, it is your turn. What are you doing?
So do I make the dex save now? Or the
Correct.
con, or whatever one it is?
Dexterity saving throw for falling prone.
Okay, let's see.
Okay.
18.
DC 18, you do succeed. So you are able to, you can immediately feel the ground become much more slick and icy, and you slip for a moment, but then you catch yourself, remain balanced. So you have 15 feet of movement.
Okay. Well, let's see here. I move 10. Okay. Say 5, 10, 15, like diagonal.
Yep.
And then I'm thinking classic Cecily move here. I'm thinking I'm gonna just Misty Step out of this and then just start firebolting people from the other end of the map. So let's see, how far can I get with Misty Step? Not exceedingly far, that's for sure. But that's okay. So I can Misty Step like there.
Okay.
And I think that if I'll go ahead and do that. And then that'll be good because hopefully these tent things should protect me a little bit from like this guy's line of sight, right?
Kinda, yeah. You can tuck in a little bit and we'll see if they notice you. Because you didn't Misty Step out of there, so that gives you a little bit more. However, this person can also see you right here, clear as day, so...
Right. Well, kinda will have to do.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Choose that, and then... Yeah, I will go ahead and I believe I can twin spell Firebolt. It's been a little bit.
Yep, because it's a singular target.
Okay. So, spend one more point there. And, yeah, I am going to use Firebolt on Frost Druid and this Thrall guy up here.
Okay, yep. Send one to each. Sounds good.
So, target there. Firebolt. Attack. Oh my.
Oh,
Well.
God.
Jeez. Jeez. Okay.
That's the Cyrus coming out.
Yeah. And then for the other guy.
Oh!
Well,
Yay!
Your
Nice!
Your dice rolls also roleplay, and I love it.
I know. It's so funny.
All right.
Wow.
Frustrated at the Frost Druid, you just conjure all the fiery energy you can, and you just chuck it off at this Blood Thrall, and you can see that they are just unassuming, not aware of your position at all. Right as soon as the Frost Druid is about to yell, one behind the tree, you can see that the Blood Thrall sort of looks over and immediately gets cascaded with flame to the face that just melts off their skin and hair and everything, burning and singeing every bit until there's nothing but a bony skull and spine remaining as they fall over dead.
Damn.
Splat!
That 2d10 instead of 1d10 really does some shit.
Yeah, it does.
Woo!
There we go.
Alrighty.
Alrighty.
Not a complete failure. That is the end of my turn.
There we go. Okay. Alrighty, so then we go from Cecily to Desmond. Desmond, go ahead and make a dexterity saving throw.
Third.
DC 14 here. Bada bing, bada boom. You stay standing. You got 15 feet of movement. Where are you going?
Okay. Technically, with my new subclass, my speed is 35. Does that mean I have 20 feet of movement, like game space-wise, or?
Let me look it up real quick. I think that with movement, it's rounded down. So 5 feet of extra movement speed doesn't affect in difficult terrain. Let me just look it up real quick.
That would make sense, but I just didn't know.
Oh yeah.
I also
I
don't know
gotcha.
if I'm gonna need it anyway. But I just...
Okay. Difficult terrain, travel space, you move half your speed. So you cover half the normal movement. Yeah, I'm just gonna say that it rounds down, because that makes the most sense in my brain.
Yeah, that makes sense to me too. I just figured I'd ask.
Yeah. Okay, alright. So you still have only about 3 squares of movement.
Okay. Well, what I'm going to do then is I'll go... I can count as 1 or 2. I never remember.
It's all still 1.
Okay. I'm going to go 1, 2, 3. Snug myself right in here. And so, if anybody, I don't think anybody can see, go through, like, or underneath Desmond's cloak, some of his scales kind of start to quiver a little bit and kind of poke around, and they're starting to, like, move and shift around the skin. It's a little bit kind of flattening them out, kind of in a, like, gripping around pieces of his armor, kind of holding them in place. And he's just going to kind of look at it and be like, well, that's weird. And he's going to go as if he were going to use his breath weapon on this dude over here. But instead, the like lightning energy, which kind of goes up through his throat, trickles back down into his chest, down through like the veins under his right arm towards the ring on his finger. And he's going to kind of shoot out through this ring unexpectedly, this kind of blast of golden lightning towards this guy over here. I don't have anything on my character sheet to actually make this attack, but it's a d6 plus dex.
Okay.
I guess I'll just make a d20 roll plus...
Well, it'll be with disadvantage because this entire area is heavily obscured. So
it is?
Yeah, that's one of the things that the sleet storm does, is it creates this massive amount of sleet and snow and fog. It's heavily obscured. So you know where they were when you ran. So trying to get them wherever they were, it'll be a little difficult, but there's still a chance. So yeah, it'd be a...
Okay, well, knowing that... Yeah, that's fine. I won't retcon what I said.
Yeah. So it'll be pretty much a d20 plus 7.
Okay. So, I'm always bad at this, but if I'm typing a roll, I type in... What is it? R... Dash... D20, is that what it is?
Mm-hmm.
20...
Correct.
Plus... Work?
Slash R.
R.
Slash R, yeah.
Damn.
Come on.
Try slash
Space.
roll. Yeah, slash roll d20.
There needs to be a
plus-
space between the...
That's what I figured.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. And then one more. 11. Okay.
Oh, wow.
So you discharge the electric energy and it just disappears into the mist, and you don't hear it make contact with anything through the sleet, sadly.
Okay. Well, I guess I'll just... I'm gonna use my bonus action now that I realize that I can't see, and I'm gonna try to use it to dash. I'm gonna go 1, 2, 3, and make my way out of this little area rather than later.
Okay.
And I'll end my turn there.
Okay, all right. Sounds good to me. So then we come to this blood thrall over here. Seeing everything going on over there is going to... let's see. Hearing the druid shout out over here, instead of going into the sleet storm, is going to... Knowing that there's an enemy over there, for one, they're going to sudden rush. So they're going to move 60 feet just as a base. 60 feet. So they're going to move there. whoa. Feet right there. And then I believe Sudden Rush is not part. Yep, till the end of the turn. And then is going to use the rest of their movement to dash up to Cecily. Just run up to Cecily. And Cecily is going to be 3 attacks. 2 short sword, 1 bite.
Ooh, it's 3!
Ooh, it's 3!
Ooh, baby, a triple!
All right, so 1, 2, and then bite. So we got a 12, a 22, and a 9.
Okay, so the first 2 hit.
Okay, so that bite misses again. That's probably for the best. All right, so that'll be 11 points of damage total.
Okay. I can take that.
Okay. Alrighty. So
Splat.
splatter, just slashes. You kind of throw your forearms up, taking the brunt of the slashes, and the blood begins to trickle out of the sleeves. So with
The
that,
fact that Cecily's dress is still white is a goddamn miracle.
I just don't believe it is.
It's been a miracle since session 1. Just
Yeah, can we
fucking
have a
wipe our
laundry
hands on-
session?
God.
okay. All right, Ashima, it's your turn. I need you to make a dexterity saving throw.
All right.
That's it. Tomorrow's laundry day.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, you stay standing.
All right. So but 15 feet of movement, right?
Well, what's your? Oh, is your base movement speed 35 too?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I -5 because halfling. All right, then I'm just gonna. Oh, I always do that. I don't want that. No,
yeah, when you.
I want this. Okay, cool.
I know exactly what you're doing. Yeah.
And because I'm little, I'll just sneak past Keothi here.
True. She's so big. You're so little. Easy peasy.
Yeah. All right, I need to go help Cecily, but first this man needs to. So I'm gonna strike downwards with my quarterstaff, and then feint and reverse it into an upward strike.
Nice.
So first quarterstaff attack.
Now, luckily, in heavily obscured, anybody who is heavily obscured, they're considered blinded. So, because both of you are considered blinded, the advantage just cancels out. So anybody fighting inside the fog, it's straight rolls as long as they're not ranged attacks.
Okay.
All right. So 15. That is a hit. Good, sir. Splat.
Okay. Then I'm gonna use my second attack. Same thing. This time, just jabbing it into his stomach.
Okay. Jab, jab.
Come on, big numbers.
Ooh.
No, that's a smaller number.
Sadly, 14 is not a hit. Ugh.
All right. Then I'll use my bonus action to unarmed strike real quick.
Okay. One last unarmed strike. Crack-a-lack-a-ding-dong.
Do I want to add anything to this? Nah, it's too late.
21 for 9 points of damage. Okay.
Yeah, just like karate chop to the knee, back of the knee.
Yep. You hear just a little bit of bone begin to snap, just a little bit begin to crack, but sadly not enough to knock them out. However, they are, just from the little bit you can see, sort of blood spewing out of their mouth now, not doing too great. Okay.
Finish him, Poe!
All right, so then we have 2 more blood thralls here. Let's see, this one is the one right next to Desmond. So this one is going to sort of stumble through. Dexterity saving throw. First things first. Dex saving throw. That is a 14. That is just enough. So we're going to go 5 there, right up next to you, Desmond. And they're going to make 3 attacks. And these are just going to be regular old attacks. So we have 1, 2, 3. That's a 7, a 6, and an 8. Whoa! Wow.
A lucky boy.
You are just too dexy. Too dexy. Okay. So that is it for their turn. Then we come to... Let's see, which one is this? This... Okay. Oh boy. All right, Cecily. This one is going to do the same thing. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40. Getting right up next to you. And taking 3 strikes.
It.
All right. 1, 2, 3. Oh, that is a 7, a 21, and a 15.
Okay, so second and third hit.
Okay, so that is another 11 points of damage.
Okay.
And I need you to make a strength saving throw. As you can see, the one that bit into your arm is now currently trying to grapple and tear.
Ooh. Good thing I have a -1 in strength.
Oh, okay. All right, Cecily, you are currently considered grappled.
Okay.
Okay. Alrighty, Poe, it's your turn. I need you to... Oh, God, this is going to be the wolf making a dexterity saving throw because it's the one on ice.
Okay.
Wolf D&D 5. Let me just pull up the stat real quick. I'm sure it's like +2. Yep, that's exactly what it is. So go ahead and roll a D20 +2. Got to roll a 12 or higher. So you have a little... Was that like a 40% chance?
Ugh.
Oh, God. All right, so Poe...
18.
On the... Oh, you know what? Actually, because these are Arctic wolves, I'll give the wolf advantage. Which makes sense to me logically.
Yeah, that would make sense.
There's a better time. Okay, all right, look at that. That is a success. Okay. All right, so with that, the wolf is able to stay standing. The wolf's movement speed is 50, so you have about 25 feet of movement, Poe.
Well, I'm gonna try attacking this guy first. Right here.
Okay, all right, go ahead and roll your first attack.
Alright.
Swinging that greatsword, bringing it down. Let's see if it's enough. Yeah, that is a hit for sure. So go ahead and roll your damage. Damage. Woo. 13 points of cold damage. Goddamn. Yeah, you bring the sword down and just split it in half like you're cutting a tree. It's like cracking a log in half. That guy is dead. Whew.
All right. And I want to move. Let me count real quick. 5, 10, 15, 20. Could I get right here?
Yes, I'll say yes. It would just it's just a little tight because you're cutting it close to the building and the tree, but the wolf is more dexterous than a horse. So yeah, I'd say it works.
Okay. So I'm going to. And am I still able to use my extra attack then?
Yep. Yeah, you can attack, move, and attack. Yep, that's okay.
Oh yes, right here.
Bring it down.
All right. 1 sec. My pop-out window's not working, so I have to keep opening this every time I get to... Okay.
That's okay.
Let's do... You know what? I'm going to...
What do I know?
Attack with this, see if this is successful first, and I'll tell you. Okay.
Whew. All right. A 24, that is a hit, that's for sure.
Okay.
So
and then...
oh, shit.
Sorry, I'm trying... I'm getting used to this again. It's been a couple weeks, so I'm gonna... Okay, I'm also going to use Divine Smite on this. That's okay.
Yeah, that is... You're doing the class. I'm proud of you.
Okay, great. Okay, I'm going to do this, and then I'll roll the sword damage.
Okay, so you're casting it at oh, okay. I see what you're doing. Okay.
So that's the Divine Smite damage, and then this
Smote.
is the... There we go.
Okay, alrighty. So that is going to be a whopping 18 points of damage. Whew. All right. Concentration is being tested. DC 10. So let's see if they maintain concentration on the whatchamacallit, on the sleet storm. Let's see what happens. That's an unnatural 20 on the Constitution saving throw, so that's going to be a success. So sleet storm stays.
Damn.
Say that 5 times fast. All right. Anything else,
Sleet
Poe?
storm stays.
Oh no.
I've created a monster.
I just did it once.
All right, Poe. What else, or is that it, my boy?
That is all of my actions.
Good. All right, moving on. We have the dead one, and then we have the alive one, currently still in the snow. Let's see. They're currently in a rough spot, so they can leap. They can get that 30 feet. Yeah. All right. Well, 20. Well, they can get to Ashima too. Nah, they're gonna go over here. I mean, they're borderline rabid, where they're just kind of like attacking in packs. So, gonna run over to you, Desmond. Luckily, your back's up against the wall. Can't get that flanking. But it's going to go ahead and make the 3 attacks. Oh, wait, sorry. The Dex saving throw first. Dex saving throw. DC 14. That's a natural 1, actually. Oh, I'm the only person who gets to see it, but there's a Thomas the Tank Engine flying on my screen. Okay. Alrighty. So, that means they are prone. So they'll have 15 feet when they stand up, which is then reduced to 5. And then they have... Okay, and then they have their movement, so... Same thing. They're still able to get over there, though. Just because they have that once per short rest movement that they can just boost. Okay. Alrighty. So then, yeah, 2 short sword attacks. 1, 2, and then a bite. Okay. Ooh, not...
Do Dragonborns get a bite action that they can do?
I don't think so. I think they just get the breath attack.
Yeah,
I
they
think
get
that-
the breath attack, and lizard folk get the bite.
Yeah. Mhm.
I remember that because I was gonna pick a dragonborn for Kiki, but then I picked a lizard folk so I would be able to bite shit,
You have the jaws of life.
which was a worthwhile decision.
Okay. So that's a 12, an 18, and a 16.
2 hit.
Okay, so that is 8 points of damage total, and I need you to make a strength saving throw.
And save.
Okay. All right. So you are currently grappled as it bites onto your arm, and it seems like on its next turn it is going to rip and tear. All right. So we're gonna go ahead and throw grappled on here, and also for Cecily too, we'll throw grappled there too, just that way we know. Okay. All right. So in case you want to know what grappled is, you can click on the little text box there, and it'll pull it up for you. Look at that.
Oh, that's so good.
Yeah. All right.
That is really useful.
So then that is the end of their turn, and then we come to the Blood King. Ooh, man, what are they doing? Let's look.
Like his art.
Yeah, it's good.
Okay. You know what? So first thing they're going to do is, as a bonus action, you can see them look to the currently like smoldering embers from the neck up, and just sort of look over, and then Bianca, you can just see them through, like, as you're like on the edge of this misty fog, you can just see them begin to move, not using any of their weapons towards you, but just moving their arms and hands in this rhythmic fashion. And as a bonus action, they're going to reach back towards the corpse. And Cecily, as you're just kind of like looking back, you start to hear this twisting, crunching noise. As you just sort of take one look back real quick, you can see that body beginning to contort and twist and break. And all of the bones inside the body begin to pierce out and raise up, all like coated in blood, and begin to fly away. And Bianca, you can hear this just whistling sound coming through the air. This of all of these different torrent of bones beginning to head down on you. I need you
Oh my god.
to make a dexterity saving throw.
Okay.
Cool ass attack.
Yeah, that's
Wait,
kind
is-
of. I'm both
oh,
impressed and
wait a
scared.
minute. Wait a
Bone
minute.
Mancer.
Oh,
Calcium
fuck.
Controller.
A blinded creature can't see and automatically fails any ability checks that
Oh.
require sight. Okay. So,
Oh.
can't see it, so
Okay.
it's disadvantage.
Oh, disadvantage.
Disadvantage, yeah.
Not.
But it's not an ability
automatically
check.
fails.
Yeah.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. Disadvantage. Still not great. That's fine. Let's do it.
Oh, ho, ho!
Oh.
The dichotomy
Well.
of man.
Well.
There we go.
Damn.
That sucks.
Well.
Oh man, you're boned.
Shouldn't be joking at a time like this, Ashima.
No, it's okay. Joke. It makes it better.
You're really joking at a time like this.
Okay. All right. It's gonna be some gnarly.
That's fine.
Okay, so with that, you take 17 points of piercing damage,
Okay.
and this corpse is no longer there. It is just gone.
Okay.
As you're currently like covered in shrapnel and bone. And then now for his action.
Okay. That's cool.
Yeah, Bianca, now since you are bloodied, he is just going to like reach towards you with the whip and try and grab onto your wrist with it and just bring that up to start drinking. So gonna go ahead and make an attack. Bah, where's my d20? Okay, so that'll be plus 7. Okay. So that is a 24.
To hit?
Yep.
Okay, yeah.
So that will be what's that? That'll be 7 points of necrotic damage, and he regains 7 HP.
Oh, he's like a Zubat.
In a kind of odd way, yeah.
This is so I don't feel bad.
Okay, so you can see that he whips onto your arm, and you can feel it begin to like burn and singe, like this hot blood. As he grabs your hand, brings it closer, and just out of the palm that you would cut your hand, just grabs onto it and just bites into your hand, causing more blood to gush in as he just drinks it and then throws your hand off to the side, letting the whip go of your wrist. And you're not feeling too great.
Yeah.
Okay.
That didn't feel good.
All right. It is Keothi's turn. Keothi needs to make a dexterity saving throw.
Got it.
Bum, 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 bum.
She
You
also
good, Con?
has.
Oh.
Nice.
Yes.
Good job, Keothi. All right.
Right. So, just a heads up, y'all. She now has 3rd level spells.
Nice.
So that's a thing to keep in mind. Beacon of Hope is really nice.
Yeah.
Life Transference could be good. Remove Curse. Revivify. We should probably just keep a slot for that, just in case.
Does she have a diamond, though?
Oh, shit, she might not.
I don't think she does.
Well, unless Joe doesn't care about that, but I know we used to, so.
No, yeah, that's such a big deal. It needs a diamond.
You should have
Yeah.
asked the witch.
Oh, hey, here's all my silverware, teapot, pearl, and a diamond. Here you go. Yeah, you want my shoes too?
I mean, they're nice shoes, so.
Well, I guess,
I was thinking maybe she should head in Desmond's direction since Poe already headed in Cecily's direction.
yeah, maybe. I don't know. Because she can't really, until this storm is gone, she can't effectively get to anyone but Desmond anyway.
Yeah.
You know, and I'd rather not just waste a turn traveling.
Right.
Are you okay?
No!
Man.
The vertebrae villain is the best one.
I don't know. Calcium Controller was pretty solid.
Calcium control. I like Osteoblast Icon.
Okay.
Actually, that one's my favorite.
That one's like the end of the joke. It's like it's too much. it's the edge.
So
yeah, she-
Keothi's heading towards Desmond then?
Yeah, and she can only go like 15 feet anyway, so what do we want her to do? Just give Desmond a quick little healy thing?
Or is there like a support thing she can do? I should look at her sheet because I'm trying to remember.
Because I guess if she just went like 15 feet, she can get adjacent to this target. And then maybe she can just like use the help action to help Desmond hit that one or something, and then also bonus action healing word. That's an option.
I'm planning on doing an AoE spell next turn.
Okay.
I mean, if I can't, it's not a big deal. I can just do something else.
Okay.
Well, Desmond could probably say to not get too close, and she could still do healing word.
Yeah. That's an option.
The
What
thing
if we-
is wise? I don't know if Desmond knows that he's going to do it next turn, but
Right.
I don't know. That's just where we're at right now. It's also I can do something else. It's not a big deal.
Okay. So how
Also,
do we?
can't see where we're at because it's not working for me.
So are we feeling there with the help action and a healing word, or like here and do something else and then maybe healing?
Probably. There? No, that's not the but. The south of the house, because that way she can help Bianca.
Yeah.
Next
That's
turn.
true.
Or soon.
Yeah, at least soon. Okay then. So she can get there. And then she has action and bonus action. Cure wounds is touch. So yeah, I guess she could. Can she? Let me see if she can do emboldening bond. That would be a way to make sure she's not just wasting her action. 3 willing creatures within 30 feet. Okay, I think she's within 30 feet of Bianca, Desmond, and Ashima. So
Do we have to stay in 30 feet of each other?
Or
is it just so she hits them?
I think she can initially hit everybody, but then people need to stay within 30 feet.
Yeah. I'm
But,
pretty sure,
like,
yeah.
But, like, Ashima is within 30 of Desmond, and Desmond is within 30 of Bianca.
Well, Bianca wants to move out of the snow,
Okay.
is the only thing. Like, she's not going to stay in there if she's on the edge.
Yeah. Okay, then. So I guess my vote then is, so she moved there, use Emboldening Bond on Ashima and Desmond, and then bonus action Healing Word on Desmond.
Sure.
I think that's the
That's
go.
it. Is that the move, Chief?
I think that's the move, Chief.
All
I'm
right.
down.
So I'll roll. Healing Word.
DT EB down to emboldening bond. Oh, healing. Okay, never mind. Sorry.
Okay. So Desmond got 8 hit points.
Boom.
That's how many I lost, I think.
Drink it up, Desmond. Here, I'll add it to your total.
And then
Yep, you are back up to full, my man.
Oh, sweet. Okay, also my thing just started working again.
Hell yeah.
And then,
It was
so
like
as the
flipping out.
reminder,
But we're here.
while any bonded creature is within 30 plus feet of another... Okay, so I might as well bond all 3, just because it's not like anything bad happens.
Okay.
So, and it lasts for 10 minutes, so... so for all 3 of you, whenever you're within 30 feet of one of the others, you get to add a d4 to an attack roll, ability check, or saving throw once per turn. I think I can go and just drop that text in.
Yep.
That's a thing you can do, right?
Yeah, you just...
Hey, Desmond, want to back up? I'm just kidding. I'm kidding.
Let me just climb on top of this building.
Perfect.
In ice and snow.
Okay. All right. That's
Okay.
it.
That was her thing.
Okay. All right. So then we come to the last blood thrall here. Oh man.
Look at that loser. Look how far away he is.
I know. All the way on the other side.
I hope he
So
fights me.
moving into the sleet storm, probably not a great idea, but let's see. Don't want to go into it. but they can get right to Poe. Alrighty. So with that, they are going to just begin to dash, almost moving on all four, animalistic, running towards Poe, and then Poe, as you're mounted on that wolf. Ooh. You know what?
What happened?
They're going for the wolf. They're gonna take 3 strikes at the wolf.
Oh, for no!
Oh yeah. All right. Wolf has 13 AC, and those have 20 HP.
So far and away, the worst thing you could do, Joe.
All right. 1, 2, 3. So that is going to be
Don't let him do it.
AC 13. That's a 7, a 17, and an 11. So the 17, that's 7 points of piercing damage. So the wolf's at 13 HP right now. So write that down somewhere. Remember that. But oh, hey, look, there's Emboldening Bond.
Yeah, I figured it out.
All right, so just remember that. But other than that, they just got 1 slash right across the, right above the primordial pouch. Sadly, although as animalistic as they are, they're not going straight for the belly. Okay, alrighty. So with that, next up we go back up to the top of the turn order with Bianca Dusong. Bianca currently enraptured in this misty, swirling sleet fog, currently impaled with different bits of bone shard, just having your life energy sucked out of your hand. What are you doing?
So, even though the emboldening bond happened, it is more beneficial to step out of the snow, right? Like the foggy thing.
Because right now you'd have disadvantage
so you
on
can
the attack and the D4, or if you stepped out, it would be just
I
a
just
flat
didn't have
roll.
disadvantage. Yeah. Okay. Yep, that's what I'm gonna do. So, do I have to roll anything since I'm in the snowy thing?
Oh, at the beginning of your turn, yeah, you have to make a dexterity
That's what I
saving throw.
thought.
Or
Okay.
fall prone. Oy.
Yeah. I don't wanna, but fine.
Okay, 23. That's a success.
Hey, yay! So I'm just gonna walkie right not in the tree, right here. Just staying in combat, just moving out of the snow.
Okay, all right, step out. Emboldening Bond breaks, so now it's just Desmond and Keo who are receiving those effects.
Yeah. I already measured. Oh well. Okay, so I'm assuming. Okay, would Bianca have? I don't think she'd have kept all 3 of the healing potions, but she probably would have had at least 1.
Yeah, true.
I don't know who else wants to claim the other 2 right now. We probably should have done that already. But
Maybe.
she will take 2 attacks, but also, before I get into that, I actually have a D6 for Crimson Right. So do we want to re-roll the 3, 1 against me and 2 against him, or do we just want to start adding it now? I don't know what we wanted to do.
We'll start adding it now.
Yeah, because I actually don't remember. I remember that I lost 2 hit points, but I don't remember how much damage he took. So, we'll just start doing that now.
Okay.
But she's gonna take 2 attacks. One with the Crimson Right sword, the next with Deadeye. And I think I get my. Is it +2 to hit? I don't remember. I'm trying to remember. But since I'm dual wielding, is that +2 to hit or +2 on my attack, or is it both?
That would be.
Okay.
And that is.
Where is it on here?
You can add your. Well, 2-weapon fighting is you can add your ability modifier to the. Oh wait. Oh, but you took the ranged. Wait.
I took the fighting style of 2-weapon fighting.
Oh, so that
And then-
means so on like a bonus action attack, you can add your ability modifiers to the damage.
On just a bonus action, not my second hit.
Well, because on your second hit, like with 2 action, like with 2 attacks per action, you can already
Oh.
do that because it's full ability, like your ability scores
Oh, duh.
plus the dice.
Oh, duh. Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha. I've been confused about it this whole time.
No, you're good. You're good.
Probably shouldn't have taken that fighting style. It's fine.
No. It's a good one. Well, you get 3 attacks that way because you get action, bonus action.
That's what I was like, there was some method to my madness way back when I made this character. Okay, but I'm going to use my bonus action to take the healing potion just out of caution.
Okay.
So, but 2 attacks, one with Deadeye, one with the short sword, and it's a +6 this time to the short sword.
Okay.
Normal. And
8.
No, not an 8. Stupid. Normal.
You stupid dice. Okay, 24. That is a hit. 10
and then
points
I'll
of
take
piercing damage.
Sweet. And I'll take my. It was a common healing potion, so is it 1d4 plus 4?
No,
Is
it's
that what it
2d4 plus 2.
2d4 plus 2. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna do that. 2d4 plus 2. Roll.
Okay, take your 9 HP.
9. And that is my turn.
Okay, alrighty. So then we skip past the one that is now currently blood and shrapnel. Then we come to the person who is currently concentrating. Poe, you are right beside them, and let's see here. What are they gonna do? Such a good question. Just one downside to spellcasters. You know what? They are going to
Cast a spell.
Yes, they are. Funnily enough,
Called it.
fucking roasted.
Is the word funnily funny to anybody else but me?
It is very funny to me as well.
Funnily enough, yeah.
Yeah.
What you gonna do?
Funnily enough.
What
Okay.
you gonna do?
All right. Poe, you can see like a gnarled finger sort of point up to you. And as these like just cracky words echo out of this old woman's throat. You are no warrior. You are just a mouse. And she's gonna cast polymorph.
Oh no!
Oh,
Ow, trouble. God damn, dude.
And then the wolf's gonna eat you.
Oh no!
The
And he has the aggressive one.
oh god.
It's a
And
mouse
then-
riding a wolf.
You'll
it makes
lose
you-
the mouse health and go back to Poe and grow full size and rip the wolf open.
This spoiled
Ant-Man.
my plan.
This spoiled my plan. All right, go ahead and make a wisdom saving throw, Poe. Also, Trouble
Oh. So there's a chance?
was mad. Oh, wait a second. Actually, no. Actually, yeah, they'll cast. Yeah, they'll drop concentration on the storm. It means so little to them.
Kidding me.
Oh, Poe! No!
Oh no!
Oh my God! All right.
Hey guys, no need to dig a grave in the future. It's just happening here.
Oh God. Okay, alrighty. So Poe, you are turned into a mouse. So you currently have 1 hit point. And oh geez. Your mental stats now are also replaced by a mouse.
No!
Oh jeez.
No.
So yeah, whenever it gets to your turn, you are a mouse, and you need to. This is scary. You're on top of a wolf right now.
That's terrifying.
And that's its turn. With that, Cecily, it's your turn. So you are
Okay,
grappled
this is-
right now.
This is actually, in a weird way, good. Because polymorph is a concentration spell, yeah?
Correct.
So, like, if I hit her, she might lose concentration.
Correct.
And Poe Is Poe plus the wolf small enough at the moment that if I just cast Lightning Bolt in a line straight to the left, I wouldn't hit them?
Like, do you mean in like you take? So like that way?
No, like directly to the left, so that I can hit the frost druid lady.
Oh, okay. No, you would hit Poe and the wolf.
Well,
because it's like 100-foot line, yeah, and it's like all encompassing. So Poe would automatically go back to being Poe form, but he would also make a dex save as a mouse, and that damage would carry over.
I think you'd also kill the wolf.
Yeah. So that's a horrendous plan. Good thinking.
Unless you want to be the new Bianca of the group, killing wolves.
Yep.
I think it's a little different when we own them.
Do it.
Boper's used to this. So.
Then the only reasonable thing to do really is Misty Step away. Because there's no way I'm getting out of that grapple with a strength check. So,
okay.
Go ahead and...
What are the components of Misty Step? Like, what are the...
Believe just verbal. Yep,
Verbal?
it's just verbal.
Okay. So, as you begin to recount the incantation, the Frost Druid hears it, turns around, counterspell.
Oof. You little piece of snow. Okay.
Mark, I'm sorry.
Well, there goes that. All right. I still have my action left. So, fucking... I have to leave, or I'm gonna die. So, I guess I'm gonna try to contest the grapple, and I might use a point of luck.
Okay. Go ahead and make a strength saving throw.
Oh, but then there's still gonna be opportunity attacks, isn't there?
Yeah. Oh, well, this would also be, it would just be an athletics check. Or acrobatics check. Contested, either one.
But would there'd still be the opportunity attacks, right?
Yep, correct.
Oh, God. Okay.
Yeah, because trying to break free is your, it's your action, so you can't disengage as an action.
Yep. All right,
God, I
we're
think
just
Trouble-
gonna have to go classic.
I think Troubles was actually mad at me for doing this to you guys, because I'm actually bleeding right now out of my back. He,
Oh
like,
my god.
He, like, jumped on my chair, but didn't exactly hit it well enough, so he, like, dug his claws into my back.
Blood Hunter Trouble.
Yeah, he was...
Yeah.
Trouble was very mad at me right now.
All right,
How dare you turn Poe into a mouse?
our only option here is to go classic Cecily. Twin cast Shocking Grasp. I'm grabbing both of these people's faces.
Okay.
That's all
Nice.
there really is to do. So
Luckily,
here's
one
for
is
the one.
one is gripped onto your arm like a bite, so
Right.
that's easy.
So here's for the one right in front of me.
Okay, 19 for 11 points of lightning damage. Cool.
And then here's for the one just below him.
6 points of lightning damage. Alrighty. Cool. They're both
Okay.
still hanging in there, but yeah, they are effectively
And,
shocked.
And I am still here.
Okay. Alrighty.
Cool.
Desmond, we come to you.
Okay, I am gonna propose something to you, and you can tell me that it doesn't make any sense or wouldn't work like that. I'm being grappled by this man, woman, whatever, who is down to the left of me, right?
Yeah, right here.
Would it be possible? I'm just gonna explain my full plan and let you know what I'm thinking.
Okay.
To, with them grappled on, to let them keep grappling me and fall prone on my back, and then cast Thunder Wave, shooting them into the air, I would roll over, and they would be 10 feet in the air and take an extra d6 coming down from fall damage.
I love it.
Good.
Okay, here's what I'll say. I'll, not costing an action, I'll allow a contested check where you're trying to pull them down. So either make an athletics or an acrobatics check contested with their athletics or acrobatics, and if you succeed, you can do exactly that.
Okay.
But you are trying to pull them down onto the ground, so...
I recognize that if this doesn't work, this was a horrible thing for me to do.
Yes.
Because if they like succeed their saving throws and they stay on me, then I'm just prone, and then they're gonna kill me.
All right, beat a 15.
Yeah.
All right, beat a 15. You're able to roll and fall back over and Thunderwave.
And Thunderwave. So what I imagine is that something about meeting up with the Dark One and being called by name, Sunni the Stalwart, awoken a small part of my past life, and this is just Desmond's body being taken over by Sunni.
Nice.
That's how I'm thinking this is. Because this isn't something that he would know that is going to happen, but he's just kind of like...
Letting it happen, yeah. Okay, so con
It's a
saving
con
throw.
save.
And is pushed. Okay, so they still make the con save on top of you. Saving throw. DC 14. Okay, that's a failure. And then also the one next to you is going to make that same save. Con save. That's also a failure. Okay, all right, so both of them take 2d8 thunder damage. Bah! Bah! And they are pushed back 10 feet, and go ahead and roll an extra d6 for the damage they take. Now, they're going to fall down prone next to you, but this one is pushed back 10 feet. 5, 10. There we go. Okay, an extra 2 points of damage. Every little bit helps.
So, I'm then going to stand up, which is half my movement. And if they're prone, will they still get opportunity attacks against me?
Yes, it'd just be with disadvantage.
Okay. And I'll just take the opportunity attack, and I'm just gonna go... Oh, wait, no, I should stay with this Kyothia. Okay. Okay, I am going to take the opportunity attack.
Okay.
And just go... Oh, wait, come on. Come on.
So they're going to attempt to bite you to prevent you from going. They're going to try and grapple you again. So bite, that's a 10 to hit, which is a miss. So yeah, you're good.
Okay, so I was here, so I have 5, 10, 15. And I'm going to trying to nuzzle between the tree and a house. Bonus action hide.
Okay.
And with my Artificer subclass, I have advantage on stealth checks.
Hell yeah. All right. Whoa. What is that?
Oh my.
Mesmerizing is what it is.
Oh, that was
That's
the
not what
thunder
it
wave.
Okay.
Okay. Stealth check.
Oh, that was bad.
And then,
It's a good thing that we got advantage.
Boo-do-do-do-do-do.
Oh, that
Okay.
wasn't much better, but...
15, still pretty good.
I also have plus 10 to stealth, which is kind of ridiculous. I don't really know how that happened.
It's amazing.
Oh, it's because our
Expertise.
proficiency bonus went up.
Yep. Crazy. Alrighty, cool. Anything else?
No.
All right, so then we come to the individual who currently, Cecily, is grappling you. And you can see as soon as they bite in, and you can see their eyes immediately light up with just life and color. As soon as they bite, and your blood just begins to coat their mouth and they begin to drink it. And they pull away, and they just begin to shout, "Old blood! Old blood! Old blood!" Just screaming it in your face. And still having you grappled is going to take 3 attacks and is doing non-lethal damage.
Oh, I don't like the
1, 2,
implication of that.
3.
Oh no. Oh no.
Okay. So you're grappled. Grappling is actually kind of useless because it doesn't actually give you advantage on anything. But for
Get me from running.
Yep, prevent you from running. Yep. Okay, so that's a 19, a 19, and a 21.
Oh, that's too high. Yeah, no, those hit.
So that is, let's see, 8 plus 4. That's 12 points of piercing damage.
Down.
Okay. Alrighty. Oh, fuck. So
I am a blood splat.
So with that, as you are unconscious, non-lethal, so you don't need to make death saving throws, you're just unconscious, that one is going to pick you up, throw you over its shoulder, and is just going to start 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Let's see, what's their base movement speed? Base movement speed is 30. Okay, so they're going to get right about there. And you can see that they are just attempting to start moving away. All right, Ashima, it's your turn.
All right. So, hey Evan. Hey Merc, do you guys have backup characters?
Yes.
Mark, do you have a backup character?
You know my answer. No, I don't.
Oh,
or
god
die.
damn it! All right. Fucking. I
mean, in all fairness, I'm not about to die. I'm about to be, I don't know, worshipped, experimented on, something like that.
something.
Something worse than death.
All right, hold up. Moment. All right, I'm gonna do Step of the Wind again.
Okay.
To dash as bonus action. Yeah, so 60. Yeah, 65. Be there. Just barely by the skin of your teeth. I mean, by the skin of your back.
Yep.
And then one moment. Just checking something.
You're good. You're good. You're good.
Yeah, that was my bonus action. So, all right. Then I'm gonna take 2 attacks on him. With the quarterstaff, trying to striking twice at his legs.
Okay. Okay, first one's a miss, second one's a hit. 8 points of bludgeoning damage, okay. Cracking one of the knees, they are still up and running.
Okay. Yeah, that's all I can do. It was just to get there and.
Okay. Alrighty. Then next up we have, let's see, who is this? The one that was right near Desmond. So this one is hearing the chants and cries for the old blood is going to follow those. That's 60. And then that's 30. Yep, they can get right to Ashima. So they're
loser.
They're gonna go straight there, running up, sprinting towards you, Ashima.
Do they, if they were to pass right across, is it, well, I guess Sentinel, is that the feat where you can whack them?
No, well,
or do
Sentinel,
they come in combat?
You would get an attack of opportunity because it's taking the shortest path to get to you.
Okay, then I will.
Yeah, go ahead and make that reaction attack.
I'm
Hit
gonna
him big.
shoot
Hit him big.
I'm gonna shoot him.
Attack of opportunities are just melee.
Okay, I'm gonna cut him.
Give him a cut. Do it.
Pistol whip him.
You fucking won't. Oh, I shouldn't have said anything. 14 doesn't hit. Sorry.
Oh.
Now it seems
Fine.
like I did that on purpose.
Yeah, it does. It's fine. No, it's
I
fine.
hate everything. Okay, all right. So you go to slash, but the Blood King just sort of grabs your wrist and throws the blade back down. And no, you and me, novice. And yep. Okay. All right. So then Ashima, they get right up behind you, and they're gonna take 2 short swords and a bite.
All right, bet. Here we go.
Luckily, monks have wacko AC, so you're probably good. We got a 7, a 19, and a 16.
The 19 hits.
Okay. 19, so that'll be 6 points of piercing damage.
Was it the bite or the sword?
That was the sword. Yeah, you're good.
Thank God.
No grapple for you today.
How much damage did you say? Sorry.
Nah, 6. Sorry, 6.
Oh, okay, beautiful, beautiful.
Not 6.
96.
Just 9.
All right. I am in hell.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. Okay. So then we come to the next one here. Oh, God.
Keep them coming.
Yep. So this one is gonna move right up there. No need to extra dash or anything, and they are gonna go ahead and take 3 more strikes against you, Ashima.
Keep them coming.
Oh, fuck.
Nat 20.
Yep.
All right, bring it on.
It's a nat 20. That gives me the same energy as Cusco from Emperor's New Groove, where he's like, the waterfall thing.
Yeah.
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 Bring it on.
So that's a natural 20, a 9, and a 21 on the bite.
Okay.
So that's going to be, let's see, 13 points on the natural 20, and then 5 points on the bite, and I need you to make a strength saving throw.
All right. 1 moment. Still subtracting.
Oh, you're good.
Okay.
Okay, and then strength saving throw. Okay, that's a success. So it goes to bite and tear, but you are able to sort of wriggle your way out, and it is unable to actually like launch or like latch and clench that jaw for the bite. Okay,
Okay. Ooh, it's gonna get a little
it's a little dicey.
Tricky dicky here in a second.
This fight's pretty saucy.
Alrighty.
Yep.
Poe, with that, we come to your turn. Let me double check polymorph real quick. Because I don't know if you get a saving throw at the end of your turn.
I will
Yeah.
say we all ran to a different direction of the map, and that was not great.
Okay. So, Poe, you don't get a saving throw. You're just like this until either the spell ends or you lose a hit point. So, as a mouse, Pawasa Meep.
Nice. That's going in the quotes.
And blossom me.
I forgot how that displayed, but you get the idea.
Yeah. Okay. So, Pawasa, what's Pawasa?
Well, don't I have the intellect of a mouse?
You do, yeah. You
I'm
are
gonna-
frightened. You're a mouse.
I'm gonna run into that house. That's what they scurry away. I'm on top of like a wolf, right? Is that?
Yeah, you got to. So you
realistic,
jump
right?
off the wolf, which is fine as a mouse. You know, you're agile. You can do that.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So you run into the house.
Sounds like what a mouse would do. So.
Yep. All right. You run off. Hide in the house. God.
That's it. I hope there's nothing scarier in there.
Okay.
That's where the pit fiend is hiding.
So you run into the house, and that's the end of Poe's turn. God, that sucks. I'm so sorry.
It's unfortunate.
I'm very sorry. Okay, so then we have the one that was right next to Desmond. Desmond, this one has a little bit of a closer feud with you, so they're going to move up to you, and they're going to attempt 3 strikes again. Short sword, bite. Oh, that's a natural 1. I can see Thomas hanging out. So that's a natural 1, a 13, and a 12. Pretty sure those are all misses. Right? Yeah, your AC is 15. Yeah, okay. They are. Okay. All right, good talk. Okay, moving on to the Blood King here. Oh, man. They want to stick around. But, yeah, let's see. Okay. So what they're going to do is... they are going to... Ooh, this is risky, but... that's not too bad. They're still doing okay. They are going to take a... You can see them sort of take the longsword and just cut it across their chest. They're going to take a d10 of damage. Oh, that's 10 points of damage. All right.
Good.
Cause 10 points of damage to themselves, and you can see the blood just begin to pour out and trickle onto the ground, and you can just see the blood slowly begin to, just very quickly, almost like a bolt of lightning just moving out across the ground, and this large pile of like blood and dirt that has just been coalescing over here by Ashima and Cecily. You can see they slowly fall into like a bloody portal underneath their feet and then reappear. Let's see, 30 feet. Yep, right there.
And no attack of opportunity. It's just what it be.
Yep. You can just see the bloody line move over.
Cool.
10 HP. So yeah.
Cool.
And Ashima, you can see him bring up the sword towards you and say,
Drop weapon.
And end his turn. All right. Keothi's turn.
EO should helpo.
Yeah.
Cecily and Shima, probably.
Yes.
That's
correct.
what I'm thinking.
I would agree, yo.
Yeah. Let's see. Trouble is range.
She can get within a pretty good range, right?
Yeah, well, so that's 30 feet. And then, so she can't use any of her touch spells.
Mm-hmm.
So...
Unless she were to... she doesn't bonus action dash, though. That'd have to be her action.
Right. So... I mean... There's not many great options here, I don't think. Honestly. Yeah.
Don't know. She could healing word Ashima or Cecily, get her up. Maybe she could run away.
Yeah. I'm also thinking she does have a solid healing spell that is 30 feet called Life Transference. That one's a little risky, because basically what it says is she does 4d8 necrotic damage to herself, and then picks a target and they gain double of that.
4d8. And how much health does she have? I'm looking at it, but...
30
some.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So she would live no matter what, but it could be pretty bad.
Yeah.
But at the same time...
But at the same time, we're in a bad
Oh,
spot.
P.O. has a backup.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, even if she only did like 15 or 16 damage to herself, she could fully heal either of them.
You know, I'd say do it because she could heal herself later.
Yeah. Sorry, I realized my mic was muted. Yeah, she's a healing potion. So just have her do that, and then she can...
Oh, did we say Kyo had the healing potion?
It's on her sheet.
He has one from earlier, I think.
Oh, so
But
she could
has one,
do...
yeah.
she could do the thing, the spell, and then bonus action healing
Just
potion.
drink her.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's do that. That's good. This is good.
Okay. So that's a D10. Who should she heal?
What do you guys think? Should we heal Ashima so he can help protect, or get up Cecily so she can maybe run away?
Action
Economy makes more sense if it's Cecily, but she'll have to do some serious, powerhousing here.
Yeah.
Okay, what if we go another round and people are looking bad still? I'm still caught between.
I don't know.
Yeah, can you unpack that?
Well, does Ashima have healing?
Yeah.
Ashima has his own healing, yeah.
I'm just wondering if it would be better to heal someone who has more survivability. But
Because I guess Ashima could heal. We could heal Ashima, and then Ashima could heal Cecily.
Yeah, I can get Cecily up, just if I survive.
yeah,
Right.
you're kind of in a very bad situation.
I can't pull the turn order down to see it.
If you click on the little fist in the top right-hand corner, that'll pull up the combat tracker.
Oh, yeah, there we go.
So
Okay.
you can see it, yeah. That does
So we only have which blood thrall is after Keothi? Is it one of them already surrounding Ashima?
Yeah, there's just one. So I need to take one. I need to tank one hit, or 3 hits basically.
Well, there's two, because there's the one that's holding Cecily, and there's the one standing below you, and then the Blood King next to you.
Well, but we're saying only
Action
one more
economy.
would get a chance to go.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying.
Ah,
Yeah.
you good.
By that same token, though, Cecily goes before Ashima.
Yeah.
So-
Most importantly, though, I have work tomorrow, so
So, make a decision.
yeah, make
no.
a decision, kind of.
Yeah,
same.
not to be that.
No, yeah.
My bit, Cecily.
Heal Cecily and let Ashima heal himself?
Yeah,
Is that what we decided? Okay.
that's what I think that's good.
No, but it's too late, so go for it.
Oh.
Alright, well, Kyo did 21 to herself.
Whew. And
So,
somebody gets
that
42
will
back.
fully heal either of them.
Fuck it, do Cecily. Just go. Come on.
Okay. Yeah, I'm doing it right now, dude.
All right, here we go.
Alrighty. And then healing potion for herself. So I'll just do that math real quick.
Okay, and then while you're doing that, I will hop to the next person here. So this person is going to, let's see here, 30 feet. They already used their thing, so they can't really get anywhere. They're just going to, actually, they're going to action dash, so that way they're just standing right next to here. Seeing that Cecily's back now, they're just going to try and encircle her, so that way they can prevent that from taking off. Back up to the top of the turn order with Bianca.
Okay. Bianca is going to bonus action turn into the Hellhound, so she has 60 feet of movement.
Shit.
She's going to shoot the one that's right diagonal behind Ashima. I don't know which one that is. The one that Cameron's little thing is hovering over, like
Yeah.
nearby. Yeah, that one.
Okay.
She's gonna shoot him, and then she's gonna run around the tree and stuff, and then go flank this motherfucker. I took the longest way. And attack him with the. She'll shoot him too. Why the fuck not? Shoot them
All right.
both.
Start blasting.
Shoot them both.
All right. Fire your 2 shots.
There's the first one coming in at a normal.
Whoa, 18 points of damage. That is a hit.
comes
So that one right behind
respecting.
Ashima, absolutely just destroyed.
And when she comes up behind the guy, she's gonna growl.
Okay, yeah, and you snarl, and you can see this just like look of wonder and excitement and awe in his eyes as you sort of shift in form into that fiendish form and begin to like sprint around in your fiendish werewolf form. He's impressed. Okay.
And then is flanking plus anything into damage, or is it to attack?
Just a d6 to attack, yeah.
Okay, well I hit. So, is he not freaking? How's he looking? Is he gonna die?
I mean, he's looking pretty rough. Obviously,
Good.
it's a little hard to tell because he's already all covered in blood and cuts and scars. So.
Okay, good.
But yeah, still look.
All
pretty
right, and I hope Bianca's kind of blocking the way for some bitches.
So that was the idea.
Okay, alrighty, sounds good. So then we come to the druid here. Oh, jeez. Okay. They are going to go ahead and shit. Yeah, they're gonna go ahead and cast Moonbeam. Centered right here next to Bianca. Oh wait, no, they're not. Moonbeam is concentration. Oh my goodness. Dealing with concentration is terrible. Jesus. Okay. They are actually then oh my goodness. Okay, I guess they will cast Ice Knife then. Just to get that out of the way. And they'll go ahead and there's not actually a great place to throw an Ice Knife because that's then 5 feet. Shit. Yeah, they're gonna go ahead and 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Yeah, get right there. And see Keothi, so they're just gonna throw the Ice Knife at Keothi. Don't need a measured template because nobody is affected aside from Keothi. So that'll be a 17 to hit, which is a hit. And that's going to be, I can subtract it, 9 points of piercing damage and 8 points of cold damage. So Keothi is at 8 now.
She chugged the potion.
Yeah. Okay, so then Cecily, we come to you. You're at full HP. What are you doing? Currently grappled, but you are alive.
Well, this bitch is probably going to try to counterspell me again. So, again, starting off with just a twin cast Shocking Grasp. So first one on the person grappling me.
Okay.
Surprise, motherfucker, I'm awake.
19, that's a hit. 12 points of lightning damage. With that, easily enough, you grab onto their face, singe them, and they are dead.
Cool.
So you drop onto the ground. No longer grappled.
The one... which one's more beat up? The one below me or the one next to Ashima?
The one next to Ashima.
Okay. The second one will go there then.
Okay, an 11. Sadly, that does not hit. You try to reach and grab. Just misses.
Cool. So there's that. And then I have my bonus action left. And I am going to step away. And let's see here. Thinking I'm gonna get more toward the center of people so that if they all start chasing after me again, everybody's in range. So yeah, I will Misty Step up there.
Okay.
Bloop. Okay.
Bloop.
That's my turn.
Okay. Alrighty. Desmond, it's your turn.
Desmond.
Cameron.
I was
Desmond.
muted. I'm sorry.
No, you're
I'm sorry,
good.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
You're good. You're good. You're good.
I don't know. Never mind. Okay. How this guy in front of me, does he look like he's beat up, or does he look pretty good?
Maybe not bloodied yet, but definitely not looking amazing.
No. I am going to. Again, this is with Suni, the stalwart, taking over Desmond's body, holding up or the fist that has my ring on it. I'm gonna swing as if I'm punching, but I'm gonna cast Magic Missile.
Okay.
I'm gonna aim 2 at this guy in front of me, and 1 at the Druid to try to get her to drop concentration.
Okay. Alrighty.
That's
so 2d4 plus 2.
2d4 plus 2.
This one right here.
That's 8.
Okay, 8.
I didn't add the 2, and then 1d4 plus 1. That's 3 on the Druid.
Okay. Alrighty, so 3.
And so the 2 kind of release right when my fist is getting close to his face, just kind of right there to his chin, and the other one kind of flies around him and aims back and hits the Druid. And then I'm going to bonus action disengage and go.
Okay,
Maybe
so
it'll let me.
with that is a 7 on the con saving throw. So as soon as the magic missile hits them, Poe, you go from being a mouse back to a man.
Yes.
That is good.
Of
That's
mice
what I
and
would
men.
call good.
Okay, that's it. Okay, all right, Ashima, it is your turn.
All right, I'm gonna use all of my key here. To the guy to my south, I'm gonna do 2 quarterstaff attacks.
Okay. Okay, so a 12 misses, a 19 hits though for 8 points of damage. Let's see, 8. Okay, so that is enough right there. As you twirl the staff around, crack them in the head, you hear the skull crack as they just drop over dead.
Oh no! Ah well.
Whatever will I do?
Yeah, no, I was going for non-lethal, but yeah, it happens. All right. Anyways, you shouldn't have done that. Unarmed strike on this next guy. I'm gonna use flurry of blows now.
Hell yeah.
So I'm gonna get 1 unarmed strike on the king man, and then I'm gonna pump 2 hand of healings in myself.
Okay.
So I'm just gonna kick him in the shin from behind, and then call it a day.
Okay. Alrighty.
All right, and that's my turn.
Okay, cool. Very nice. So then, Poe, no longer a mouse. It's your turn.
Oh no. Okay.
I will give you,
You've
it's
got
a
a
free
plan.
action to interact with an object, so you can remount your wolf and have that 50 feet of movement speed if you'd like.
Oh, heck yes. I will do that.
Okay.
Okay. So let's see here.
Shima, you just killed yourself.
Okay,
Oh, wait,
okay.
never mind, sorry.
Sorry, I have to check the distance on this one thing. I'm going as fast as I can here.
No, you're good, you're good, you're good.
Okay. All right. I'm going to go here.
Okay.
And I'm going to give her a huge beating
Okay.
with my sword using Divine Smite. So, if I hit, it's looking good.
Okay, 19, that's a hit.
All right, so going to deal damage.
Woo, 14 points of cold damage. God damn, that's
Okay,
a lot.
cool. And then we are going to use Divine Smite.
Coming back.
Okay, for an extra 3 points of radiant damage. Nice. So chipping away, chipping away.
Okay. And then I'm going to use my extra attack.
Oh, that's right. Ooh. All right. Swing it. 13 on the druid. That's a hit. Roll your damage.
Nice.
Ooh, 11 points of cold damage. Okay. That is actually enough to do it. So with that, Poe, as you bring the greatsword down again, just chopping like right through the clavicle, just cutting into the bone, just splitting, like diagonally bisecting you in this poor druid's career.
Cool. Okay.
Nice. Splatter blood everywhere.
Okay. Do I have any more movement?
You moved 45,
check.
right? I think so. You should have 5 more feet of movement. Yeah.
Okay. Then. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and move here.
Okay. Alrighty.
And that's it.
So then we come to this person right here. Yeah, you know what? They are just gonna... Seeing that they're definitely on the losing side right now, it's just gonna 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Just gonna start running off in the opposite direction. Action to dash till they get out and disappear into the tree line.
I am fine with that.
Okay. Alrighty, and then the
Personally.
Blood King here is going to go ahead and use a bonus action to... Oh, shoot, actually. Yeah, okay, they're going to use a bonus action. They're going to stomp their feet, one of their feet on the corpse right next to them. And you can see that as soon as they do, the bones and blood just begin to snap and break and form around the body, creating this almost like bloody, pulpy, bony armor over him. And then is going to attempt to begin to run this direction. So Ashima and Bianca get attack of opportunities. So the AC has gone up. Let's see what we got here. Ashima, do you have Sentinel? Oh,
I do have Sentinel.
Oh
my God.
Fuck. Okay. Alrighty. So
Rack.
that is a hit. Currently unable to move any further. Bianca, go ahead and make your attack of opportunity.
Yeah, sorry, I clicked the wrong thing. Eh.
That's okay. Oh, yeah, I see. Okay, so sadly, a 16 is not high enough, especially with the boost to AC, so it's still hanging in there. So that was their bonus action. Their movement no longer can move. Well, they know what they need to do. So, yeah. I suppose then, let's see. Bianca, in a futile effort, they're just going to make 2 longsword attacks against you.
That doesn't trigger my Sentinel again, does it?
No, because it's your reaction.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, right. You're right. Gotcha.
Okay, so 1 and then 2 longsword attacks. Woo! That's a 19 and a 21.
Yes, they hit. That is fine.
So that'll be a total of 20 points of damage.
Ouch.
Whew.
Oh, but okay.
Alrighty, so then we come to Keothi.
I say Kyo just runs up and just puts a Cure Wounds in either Ashima or Poe real quick.
How about
I'll be
rides
fine.
the Blood King? Just pick him up, put him on the shoulders, throw him down on the ground.
I will also be fine.
Chokeslam.
I mean,
Did you not
Keothi could just heal
give herself
herself.
one? Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
just to be safe.
Just in case.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, Evan, are you okay?
That's cool with me. Just in case. It would be a pickle if she went down.
I'd be so sad.
Okay. So I'll just go ahead and...
Alrighty. And then she's just staying there?
Yep. Yeah, and then I guess it's just D8.
Okay.
+5.
All right, so then we come to this one who's standing next to Poe. They're going to begin to run 5, 10, 15, 20. Poe, you go ahead and get an attack of opportunity, and as long as you don't kill them in one hit, they're going to have enough movement speed to just get away.
Right. Do I just make a normal melee
Yeah,
attack?
make a normal melee attack. Yeah.
What's that, nat 20?
Oh, okay. 13, that's a miss. You go to slash, but they're just too fast. Duck out of the way.
Very
They
good.
move. Alrighty. So with that, Bianca, it is your turn. What are you doing? Two've made it
I'm
away. The Blood
gonna-
King is still here.
Gonna do 3 attacks because now I'm know better how to use my character. Okay, so I'm gonna do 2 attacks with the broken short sword. Why did I not know how to say that? And then 1 attack with Deadeye again. So I'll start with Deadeye though. Let's open up with a bang.
Ha 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 ha.
Literally. Ha ha ha. And then 2 for the short sword.
So
No.
you aim it up next to the head, just ducks out of the way, misses. However, with a 22 to hit, don't worry, even though the second one misses, the first one hits, and 9 points of piercing damage is enough. Bianca, how do you want to do this?
She's gonna do the first one kind of like skinning down his arm to the like left maybe, and then she's going to, while he's kind of like distracted by that or whatever, push the sword in his chest and be like, yep, a novice, and then just right through the heart.
And you can see as you thrust the blade through the crackling lightning, he just kind of like grabs your arm and pulls it closer. And just as you whisper that, he just says, "You will learn." And with that last gasp of air, pushing it through the heart, pull the blade back out, drops down onto the ground, dead.
Bianca's such a badass.
And with that, them taken care of. Luckily, Cecily not taken away in the night. However, there were 2 survivors that made their way away. And an unknown, if any, survivors left in this small town. Those are things that we're going to have to find out next week. Sorry, everybody, for going over. That really sucks. I apologize. I also have work tomorrow. So with that, I'm not going to take any time or delay. We're going to end the session now. Thanks for watching. I appreciate you. Okay, bye.
Thank you.